Hello from the Canadian city of Mississauga, just west of Toronto. And a very warm welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Parapan American Games live from the Mississauga Sports Centre. I'm Nigel Reid alongside David Legg. It is day 2 of competition in wheelchair rugby. 3 games on the docket today. Coming up, the host Canada playing Colombia very shortly. And then 2 other games a little later on. 6 nations competing for medals in Canada and tickets to the 2016 Paralympic Games in Rio. Canada against Colombia, David. It's one of those games that the hosts are coming into expecting to do well.
Number 4, Jason Crow.
Yeah, certainly.
Number 7, Byron Green. Number 8, Mike Whitehead. Number 9, Cody Caldwell. Number 11, Fabien Lavoie. Number 12, Patrice Desjardins. Number 14, David Wilsey. Number 15, Patrice Aymard. Number 33, Zach Bedell. Canada's head coach, Kevin Orr.
Et représentant la Colombie, representando a Colombia.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Colombia, number 2, Jenny Martinez Salas. Number 3, Juan Ochoa Rodriguez. Number 4, John Orozco Nunez. Number 6, Moisés Alonso Alvarez. Number 7, their captain, Carlos Deme Montoya. Number 8, John Segura Cuervo. Number 9, Christian Amaya Fajardo. Number 10, Uriel Rodriguez Diaz. Number 11, Julian Vargas Lopez. Number 12, Christian Navarez Giraldo. Number 14, John Ramirez Villa. And number 25, Edgar Venegas Cardona. Colombia's head coach, Jonathan Vargas Rojas.
Les arbitres pour ce match sont los árbitros de este partido son.
And ladies and gentlemen, the referees for this evening's match from Australia, Liam Costello, and from Brazil, Panda Sene.
L'aliment du départ pour le Canada.
David, fascinating to look at these 2 teams and the camaraderie that starts. I've got a feeling the friendship isn't going to last long.
They didn't call this murder ball for nothing.
14, David Wilsey.
Yeah, the camaraderie you just saw ends right away.
So Canada coming in as the hosts. They'll have watched what the Colombians did in their opening games. 2 unbeaten teams coming into this, but Canada, on the face of it, clearly favourites.
Yeah, Canada ranks 2 internationally, with Colombia in the mid 20s right now. I think Canada's the clear favorite. Having said that, Colombia impressed me yesterday, albeit against a relatively weaker team, Chile.
What about this starting lineup for the Colombians?
Nunez, he was outstanding yesterday. And I don't want to say surprising, but he impressed me. I think he's a player to watch today. If they can start off, get a couple quick goals, Canada might get back on their heels.
Referee from Australia, Liam Costello, and of course the Australians know more than most about wheelchair rugby. They are the world champions.
World champions, number 1 in the world, also pretty good in able-bodied rugby.
But of course these are the Parapan American Games, so no Australia to get in the way of Canada or the US.
Exactly, but this is the qualifier, as mentioned earlier, for the 2016 Paralympic Games. In Rio de Janeiro, only 1 team gets the automatic qualifier.
2, 1, repass the ball.
So 4 on 4, it's Zach Bedell up against John Orozco with the opening tip. The building is loud and noisy, and they're waiting for the action to begin. And if you haven't seen wheelchair rugby, I can promise you you're in for a treat, because these are highly tuned, highly trained, highly disciplined athletes.
Correct. First and foremost, these are great athletes. And the first smash. The ice has been broken. Contact is not allowed before the whistle, so you'll see players circling around trying to get position.
Colombians with Orozco. looking for the opening goal. Can't quite get past it.
That was a strong pass. Wilsey was caught being pushed out of bounds at the baseline. The server won the penalty.
So Canada quickly down a player short. So it's 4-on-3 as the veteran Wilsey makes his way to the penalty box. And early concern for the Canadians, because there's a lot of court out there. They will play a player down for 60 seconds.
Quick lead by Colombia.
The opening goal goes to John Orozco. Now Zach Medell picking it up on the second bounce. And good applause from the Canadian fans who are here in good numbers.
I have a feeling we'll be saying the name Zach Medell a lot tonight. Recognized by more than just me as either the best or the second best player in the world.
He's only 21 years of age. He's the baby of the bunch as far as the Canadians are concerned in terms of age, but my goodness, what a future he has. 23 goals in the opening game yesterday against Brazil in that 65-32 victory.
Quick unnecessary turnover by Colombia. They do not want to make many mistakes like that against Canada.
Medell just outside the key area. Turns quickly. Trying to get the pass away. Close by is Morao. And Medell again.
What makes Medell so difficult is he combines both power, speed, agility, finesse. It's clever. Out of bounds. Colombia will get the ball back. Time off the clock.
So we see Medell from Okotoks in Alberta, just
Beautiful
south of Calgary.
Downtown Okotoks, which means big rock.
Orozco looking for a way out and a way around Medell.
Another turnover by Colombia. Well, they got that first quick goal. And since then, it's been all Canada. These equipment timeouts are interesting because they're under a bit of a time crunch, having to get the wheels changed within 60 seconds where they have to make a substitution. It's a bit like a Formula One pit stop.
And these are very specialized machines that these athletes use. And as you say, I guess like Formula One cars, from time to time they get very temperamental.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder if the equipment manager or welder is the most important person on the bench.
Over goes Travis Morao to extend Canada's lead to 2. They're trying to get out of their own half.
Wilsey made a great play to come back and cut him off.
And that's the captain, Carlos Neme, on his side. There's the contact.
That was caused by Dave Wilsey showing some great hustle to make sure he got back.
Boy, to the side to inbound the ball. Orozco.
Oh, great pressure by Canada.
Medell picks up the loose ball.
Sure-handed Medell. Wilsey knew exactly how to come up on the side, expected the pass, and was right on the money.
Have a look. And goes the veteran David Wilsey.
From Dorchester, Ontario, just outside London.
He won't thank me for telling our viewers that he's the oldest member of the squad at 47 years old.
His brother is doing the announcing across the court tonight.
Timeout for the Colombians. Some animated conversation going on in the pit there.
Colombia doesn't want this lead to get out of range too quickly.
So the four starters, obviously, David, it's four aside, except as we've already seen when there is a player sent to the penalty box. In terms of interspersing, I mean, there are 12 players on each roster. How does that actually work? Do they change on the fly?
No, so they have to substitute like they would in a basketball game, and they get called in by the referee. So it's not like a hockey game where players can simply come in and go out as they please.
Roscoe trying to get away from Liddell, does so successfully. Moves the ball behind.
Oh, out of bounds. Turnover.
Right idea by the Colombians, but couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. Amaya.
The other aspect of this game that is somewhat unique to other sports is the element of classification. So players are classed based on their level of impairment or their level of ability, typically based on a spinal cord injury and where that injury occurs. And so those that are given a score of 0.5 have the greatest impairment. Those with 3.5 have the least. You're only allowed 8 points on the court.
So the higher the number, the higher the level of ability.
Correct. Now that doesn't necessarily indicate, though, the better the player.
Explain that one to me.
Well, so Zach Medell, who's out there, is classified as a 3.5. And as I said earlier, he's recognized as probably the best or the second best player in the world. Now, having said that, a guy like a David Wilsey, number 14 right there, who's graded as a 2.0, also is a fabulous player and plays a very important role because you're only allowed 2 points on the floor at a time, as you're seeing right here.
Here comes Wilsey again. No challenge, and straight in to extend the Canadian lead to 5-1.
So that penalty right there is for contact prior to the whistle, which is not allowed. That was just a warning that was given to both teams. That was an unfortunate goal for Colombia. They cannot and do not want to make those types of mistakes against Canada.
And again, unfortunately, it was the captain, Montoya. Time it's a better throw out.
Another turnover right off of the throw-in.
Morao. Liddell picks it up, looking for that gap. Liddell squeezes in.
Canada showing their dominance right in front of the United States team, which are watching this game from the baseline. Perhaps some messages being sent.
And of course, that is the great rivalry across the Americas, I guess, Canada and the US, as the Colombians run one in to score, and it is Orozco. The score chance to reduce the arrears to 5.
Orozco is a good player. If he can somehow, as I'm saying, it's stymie Medell, who is just now scoring, this could be a closer game.
And the deficit is back to 6 as far as the Colombians are concerned. Orozco looking for a way out of the key.
Substitution. Looks like the Colombian player was gone out of bounds during the throw-in, so another turnover.
Incoming Mike Whitehead and the captain Trevor Hirschfield.
Trevor Hirschfield's one of those players, as I was talking about earlier, where classification sometimes isn't indicative of the value and worth of that player. Hirschfield is recognized by many coaches that I've spoken to as one of the best players in the world as well.
They call him T-Bone, Trevor Hirschfield. Why is that? As if I needed to ask.
We'll soon see, I'm sure. right on cue.
Amaya, the backflip. It's going to be out of bounds. Canadian ball. And the Colombians also making some changes here. 25 there is Edgar Venegas. There's a sport classification of 2. Scored 4 goals in that opening game against Chile yesterday. You said you were impressed by the Colombians in that win yesterday.
Zach Vidal just having to get his straps taken care of. It looks like he's got a new wheel on. Another Canadian that just came on is Mike Whitehead. Mike's played for probably 12 to 14 years. I recall him when he first started playing in the early 2000s. He's a much stronger player, much more confident player than when he first came.
Suffice to say, as you can see right now, it's a contact sport, no question about it. I mean, these the chairs themselves are obviously very hardy, and they have to be. And we see bumpers on the front of some of them, but not on all of them.
Yeah, so players will design their chairs sometimes based on their impairment, and also perhaps due to their position. So if they're more of a defensive player, they'll want something a little wider and stronger.
As Whitehead runs in another goal for Canada. And Canada in double figures against the South Americans, 10-2 now. Just a little over halfway through the first period.
The press that Canada's employed in this game so far has been fantastic. I've got to guess they probably had 4 or 5 turnovers as a result.
Venegas the ball forward, picked up by Orozco.
Oh, that was a good strong play by Orozco. Vidal doesn't get beaten on those very often.
Third goal for Orozco.
So again, you look at Hirschfield's ability to get that inbounds pass that leads to an easy goal.
There's Mike Whitehead again. And it's not unusual, David, for a game to produce 100 goals between the two teams. So I mean, the rate of scoring is, you take your eyes off it and you're going to miss something.
Yeah. Doesn't take long for the scores to add up. That was a good, strong goal.
Orozco again got bumped and bruised all the way and backed his way over the goal line. Have another look here.
And Canada did this on day 1 of the competition as well. No sooner would the competition score a goal and look like they might be having some momentum, boom, Canada scores a quick one.
Is there a philosophy of, defense versus offense, in as much as, we know we're going to give up some goals, but we've got such strong offense the other side, we don't mind giving up goals here and there because we know we can score more goals than you?
There's a little bit of that, for sure. Because not unlike basketball, there's not a three-point play or a differential play. I think teams are always hesitant to give up any goal. But what they are aware of is if they do give up a goal, they are quickly positioning themselves to fast break down and try and take advantage of it. So that transition from defense to offense is immediate.
And from Neme, finds Venegas. Orozco here.
Whitehead tried to get a hold of him, and he just wasn't able to hold on.
Well, he's certainly making his presence felt, the Colombian number 4, Orozco. Vidal will just cruise in at the other end. 13-5 in favour of the host Canada.
Canada's keeping their press on. They're denying the ball. They're fronting, with the exception of 25.
Just in terms of the key area and the pylons themselves, the goalposts, if you like, what's the ruling as far as that's concerned? I mean, can you take them out and still score? How does that work, David?
So if any of the wheels of the chair touches the pylon prior to a goal being scored, the pylon is considered out of bounds, and therefore the play is out of bounds.
So you need your 2 wheels over, then you can take the pylon out as well.
And it can be any 2 wheels.
So it can be back there. We saw Roscoe a couple of minutes ago backing in.
Correct.
Columbia calls their first timeout.
I've heard some players refer to that as a moonwalk goal.
Which makes perfect sense when you think about it. Colombian timeouts. Timeouts, how do they work? How many are allowed in the per period or
Yeah,
over
so
the
it's per quarter, then per half, and then per game. And it's based on the coaches have so many timeouts, players also have so many timeouts that they can call, but only when they have possession of the ball. And the referees will also call a number of timeouts during the game. If, for instance, a player was to tip over in their chair, the referee will not call time until there is imminent danger of that player being injured, or the referee feels that the team with the ball doesn't have an advantage.
So inbound from Colombia momentarily. And in these situations, you've got a certain amount of time to get it over halfway into enemy territory, right?
That's right. So Colombia has to get the ball over the half by 12 seconds. I'm not 100% sure where they're at with that right now.
Some more running repairs down in the corner.
That's right. I think they're delaying.
And the captain.
So there's 38 seconds left on the clock, so which would suggest they have 10 seconds now because they're only allowed 12 to get it over half court.
I think your math is better than mine, David. We know this is Carlos Neme inbound.
Oh, quick hands.
Now trying to turn.
And Canada's brought in Fabien Lavoie, who was their second leading scorer in day 1.
And right on cue. There he is. Look at Beckett. Fabien Lavoie wears number 11. As you rightly say, made his presence felt in that opening game against Brazil with 13 goals. Over halfway for Colombia, but the opportunities have been few and far between. Orozco. Can he collect it? Couldn't quite get there.
What a collective defense right there. All 4 players taking a shot at Orozco.
Lavoie. Will he pass or will he score himself? He's going to go alone.
Like an option quarterback play. Great move.
It's funny how sometimes numbers just jump out at you. Players come on the court and they demand attention, don't they?
Yeah, Fabien Lavoie is certainly one of those players.
Here's another one on Orozco, who's been doing sterling duty for the Colombians.
That was a great pass by Orozco. Lavau's got to get his hands up quicker.
Trying to find his captain, Neme.
Oh, nice turnover by Colombia.
Here we go. Venegas, Orozco again.
Oh, but the Colombian player went out of bounds, back in the bit. That was a clever play by Canada to push him out of bounds.
Use whatever means you can to stop your opponent going between the pylons and scoring the goals. Lavoie again deep in his own territory. Over halfway. The dribble. And will go in alone easily. I mean, it looks so comfortable and makes it look so easy, don't they? I mean, just the change of direction. Have another look here.
What this demonstrates, though, is the benefit of having played together for a long time. And a lot of these Canadian players have been with each other for quite some time in a number of big games. So they understand each other's tendencies and nuances.
Rodriguez hunted off for Venegas. Orozco ahead of him. Venegas looking to squeeze in at the corner. Orozco to his right.
You'll notice the players, they have to either pass or dribble the ball every 10 seconds as well.
Orozco again, spinning. Defense
Oh, good aggressive defense by Lebois. It's going to pay off for another goal.
No one back there in a Colombian jersey. Another goal for Canada.
Watch these quick hands, boom. And then he suddenly makes the transition from defense to offense, like a cornerback.
There's a wide open court ahead of him.
Pick off.
Timeout for Colombia. With 1 minute 25 seconds remaining in the first quarter, it's Canada 17, Colombia 6.
So by my reckoning, an 11-goal advantage for the Canadians in the closing stages of the first quarter. So see John Segura on for Colombia, wearing number 8.
So again, remember, no contact before the whistle is blown. You'll see players circling around almost like sharks.
That's a wonderful way of putting it. Nemeth looking for a teammate. Almost inevitably, it's Orozco.
2 Canadians pick him off.
Orozco just about over halfway.
Oh,
And a wayward pass.
great aggressive defense.
Lavoie with the hard yards. Great turn from Lavoie. Inside, then outside. The dribble again. Can Orozco stop him? He's half stopped him.
And then a cunning pass.
Backing in. Whitehead with the goal.
Watch Lebois here. He avoids going over and back at the center line. A couple of spin moves. And then, like the option quarterback we talked about earlier, quick pass.
It's almost stalemate on that far side, but Vanegas finds a lane and Orozco will take it in. Final seconds of the first quarter. I mean, how are the Colombians doing? Will they be somewhat satisfied with where they are at the moment? Presumably they didn't come into this game expecting to compete with the class of the Canadians.
I think they'll be. I think because of last night and the day one success that they had against Chile, perhaps they thought they could provide more competition today.
Spin
But I
from
think
Lavoie.
realistically, this is probably as to be expected.
Lavoie just taking his time.
So Lebois did that on purpose because he didn't want to score and then not have the time run out, because then what will happen, Colombia gets the ball back, they can't score with 2 seconds. But then Canada will get the ball again to start the next quarter.
And we'll beat him. Buzzer went.
Although that was
Buzzer went just before Nemeth got there.
perhaps closer than Canada thought it could be.
Well, it's been very competitive. Canada generally in charge and dominant in this first period, end of the first period. Canada leading Colombia by 19 goals to 7.
Canada's head coach,
Well, Zach
Kevin
Medell
Orr.
is a star, very much in the ascendancy. Came into this competition with a big reputation, and his reputation is getting bigger with every game, isn't it, David?
I heard him being referred to as the baby-faced assassin. I don't know if he'll approve of that nickname or not, but yeah, he's as good as advertised at every aspect of the game. Passing, scoring, defense. And he, as a 22-year-old on a veteran team, is taking such a leadership role. It's impressive.
With, of course, that leadership role comes pressure and expectation, but he seems to handle it all in stride for a player so young.
I agree, and I've known Zach Medell. I myself am from Alberta and have known him for a number of years. I'm impressed with him. He is. He's not only is he a great wheelchair rugby player, he's just a great young man.
Okay. I want everybody to clap their hands. Let's get it out. Yes, indeed. This is what it's all about. Competition, love, and unity.
starting the second quarter, number 9, Cody Caldwell. Number 10, Trevor Hertzfeld. Number 15, Patrice Simard. Number 33, Zach Cadell.
And welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. It is the start of the second quarter, second period, if you like, between Canada in red, Canada is the dark blue, and Zach Medell wastes no time in extending that lead, and Canada into the 20s.
Mississauga Sports Centre also home to goalball for athletes with a visual impairment. Canada won their women's game earlier today, and I had to leave in the midst of the men's game. It's also the host of powerlifting.
Turnover by the Colombians, and Medell will need no invitation here. 21-7.
Now again, Medell's getting all the accolades, but take a look at the other players when he's scoring. It's like a running back in a CFL football game. They can't score their touchdowns without their guards and tackles making the blocks. Look at that
Clean swipe there. We'll come back to that in a moment. So Medell is blocked momentarily, but finds Cody Caldwell.
We talked earlier about Dave Wilsey playing a senior leadership role. Cody Caldwell is one of those players that he's helped bring along also from the London area, taking him under his wing.
Roscoe can't gather it in, does at the second attempt. Can he find a way through a crowded key area? Spins right, then left, then right again. Still no way through, trying to find a teammate.
Look at the room that Medell gives. It's like he's baiting him to try to score.
Again, more frustration for the Colombians. Venegas this time.
Yeah, Colombia had 4 players that were in the key there.
Only one offensive player allowed in the...
No, you're allowed multiple players in the key, actually, and I'm sorry, that wasn't the call. It was a 40-second time violation.
They just ran out of time.
Ran out of time.
47 seconds on the shot clock. Look at Zach down. I mean, talk about it, a change of pace.
You blink your eyes and suddenly you're down by 3 more goals. Another contact before the whistle. Warning. It's got to be both teams now.
Columbia receives a warning for contact before the whistle.
A couple of minutes ago, we saw a steal which led to a Canadian goal. Now, there are very clear rules about reaching in, I suppose you could say, to your opponent's chair and grabbing the ball. Stealing is one thing, but you can't touch them, right?
No, and that's, well, it's similar to basketball, where if the player reaches into your vertical space and they touch your arm, that's a reaching foul. So it's a risky move. The players with the quick hands that are able to just dart in and out, try and make a quick steal, are able to do.
Caldwell.
There's a quick example right there of him being able to reach in, just tap the ball before Caldwell was able to make a move with his arm to initiate the contact.
Caldwell inbounds.
Nice pass.
Medell, that's beautifully done.
Patrice Simard, another veteran on this team for the last 15 years.
And it's clear when you see moves like that there is, as you were describing a moment or two ago, that understanding, that unspoken understanding
Exactly.
of where players are going to be. Another great move there by Medell.
It's not unlike a strong point guard or a quarterback wide receiver relationship where you develop that understanding with another player and where they're going to be in time and space. Oh, another bad turnover for Colombia. They've got to correct that.
Once again, I'm afraid it's the captain, Neo Montoya. It's happened to him on a couple of occasions.
The referee there is saying that there must be space given to the player who's throwing the ball in. No, my understanding there is that he must have gone out of bounds on the baseline. Hence, another
Substitution for Columbia. Coming in for number 4, John Roscoe Nunez. Number 25, Edgar Vanegas Cardonia. And number 8, John Segura Cuero.
So Medell already with 11 goals.
Moises Alonso Alvarez.
He doesn't hang about. There'll be many more of them to come. Colwell and the back.
Caldwell getting his 3rd goal of the game already too.
Turning is Alonso. Trapped inside, managed to get the ball away, but only as far as Colwell again.
Caldwell sees Medell easily. And again, those are the types of plays that they would have practiced over and over again. Ball comes to this side, cut back door, easy goal. And you see the similarities with so many other sports in wheelchair rugby, and that's an example of a backdoor cut in basketball. Point guard knows the player is going to make the move, throws the ball there, and the player easy ball.
Maya trying to get out of the key. Just to find Alonso.
So this is the first time we've seen number 6 from Colombia. He was their leading scorer on the first day in yesterday's game against Chile.
Indeed he was. Moises Alonso, double amputee, and 18 goals for the number 6.
It'll be interesting to see how he compares against Zach Medell.
Here is the aforementioned Medell through the gap. An open court ahead of him. Will he pass? Will he go alone? No,
I said it would be interesting. I'm not so sure it was that interesting, quite honestly.
The word thoroughbred comes to mind. It really does. I mean,
there are so many superlatives. I've given up trying to describe Medell already, and this is only the second day.
Too, yeah. Meanwhile, there's some defending to be done here. Making the move was Amaya. Forced to back off. Alonso. Come left, turns right. There's a log jam there. Still going Alonso. Medell in his way now. Trying to find that pass.
And those difficulties are caused by the efforts of guys like Hirschfield.
The captain. So Alonso did manage to get his pass away. Meanwhile, talking of passes, guess who's over the hills and far away?
And you can see the Colombian coach just irate with his players. They scored a quick goal, perhaps showed some momentum, bang. They just weren't getting back on defense.
Is that a lack of focus or discipline, or what is it?
It's probably a combination thereof.
Some running repairs to Cristina Myers. Maybe some straps have come loose there.
Yeah, the last thing you want is one of those legs coming loose, being stuck out. So yeah, the strapping down there is very important.
Midway through the second quarter, Canada in a dominant position. 30-8, they lead Colombia. Just keeping themselves loose.
You'll notice the variations too of the gloves and the taping. I remember when I first started refereeing and coaching in the 90s, players were allowed to use stickum like they allowed in the NFL. I can remember the defensive players for the Oakland Raiders having it all over themselves. It was like glue. And it absolutely destroyed gym floors. So gratefully they stopped them from using that, and they had to rely on other techniques for getting a grip on the ball.
So what is and what isn't allowed in terms of the handwear, the gloves, whatever you want to wear?
So you're not,
is there allowed to be that stickiness, that tackiness on the gloves?
No.
Or is that kind of outlawed there?
Exactly. So you're not allowed to provide any kind of additional adhesive spray or anything like that. In part because, again, it provides that mechanical advantage, and it also doesn't do well with these varnished courts that they play on.
Well, I was here a couple of hours before play started, and I can tell you they were going over the court with a fine tooth comb polishing, I promise you, every inch of this court.
Well, and you can see on the court right now the number of marks from the wheels. When the wheelchairs fall over, they're not falling lightly. Just asking Dave Wilsey on the Canadian bench just to take another position so he's not in the way.
So inbound from Colombia as they look to reduce the arrears. They do here. Turning is Rodriguez. I beg your pardon, it's Vargas.
On that last play, I don't know if you were able to notice Fabien Lavoie coming in from behind and providing a bit of a jolt. And because of most of these players have spinal cord injuries, they are lacking some of their trunk musculature, so the balance is an issue. And yet the Colombian player almost went right over backwards with that jolt.
Rodriguez, can he get it at the back stick?
Oh, somebody called a timeout on this side. Oh, but they got the goal. He was able to get both wheels over.
Well, shipping this persistence took Venegas over there.
Yeah.
Because he was up against the pile on an opponent, but he managed to get two wheels into the paint. Simard.
Nice pass by Simard.
Forward. And easy enough for his fellow Quebecer, Fabien Lavoie.
And Simard and Fabois are both from Quebec. They have played together for a very long time, both on club teams and also on the national team. They know each other very well. And again, the 3.5s are usually only as good as the 1.5s and the 0.5s that they play with.
Vargas the ball forward. Looking for Alonso.
That was tipped by a Colombian player, so it goes back to Canada.
Canada inbounds the ball, leading 31-9.
In case you're just joining us, a very warm welcome to the Mississauga Sports Centre. Mississauga, just west of Toronto in Canada. We're watching day 2 of competition in wheelchair rugby as Canada extends its lead against the Colombians to 32-9. Nigel Reid alongside David Legg, who's been player, referee, and, well, just about every administrator. Just trying to remember. I know I'm missing some off the list of,
Well,
of what you have and haven't done in this particular game.
I did have a chance to play wheelchair rugby as a volunteer. It was too painful for me.
Put in from Travis Moreau for Lavoie.
Nice pass. Making it look so easy, which has been indicative of the game so far for Canada.
Need to go along at the last minute, just looped it over to Moreau for another Canadian goal. Alonso, nice turn. Getting the meat and the Canadian sandwich there for a moment.
Nice pass, and very quick and great hands by Lavoie to knock it off the Colombian player, so it's a turnover for Canada.
He's only 6 inches or less from backing in for a Colombian goal as they look to get into double figures. But Lavoie did the job that's expected of him.
Turns away from the contact, knows he's going to have the blocker. Morales does a great job in recognizing his best space.
Substitution on for Colombia in the form of Christian Navarre. At the other end, there's no stopping Travis Moreau at the moment. A couple of goals in the space of a minute or so. And 3 in total. Venegas has been getting through a ton of work. Moreau back doing some defending.
So the Colombian player with a legal hit, but then made contact with the floor. Morales player.
Have another look.
Watch player coming quick. Oh, big hit. And because he makes contact with Morales' chair, it's called advantage.
So 4 on 3 then. As you see Vargas into the penalty box, and that won't help the Colombians' cause.
And he'll come right back out. That didn't take very long.
Lavoie. Another goal. So as soon as there is a goal or a stoppage in play, the penalty is deemed complete.
So once there's a goal, very similar to hockey in a power play situation, or once the minute has expired, another turnover by Colombia.
Lavoie.
And it's just a smooth, silky pass. Lavoie's playing a good game. Morale's having a good game too. He didn't play too much day one, but he's had some great, this shift in particular, he's been strong.
Narvaez with the goggles. And running into a lot of Canadians along the way. Turning is Vanegas. Not playing his captain.
Yeah, Colombia can't be throwing the ball away like that. I do think, though, Colombia will have a good shot at a bronze medal in a semifinal game. So I still think that they're a team to watch for the remainder of this tournament.
Well, bulldozes his way through to the halfway. And a little bit of a delay. In the end, Sima will score. Well, it's all very crowded and competitive. Every inch of the court, as you can see, is hotly contested.
Boom.
Neves. Back quickly to cover his. I was about to say back quickly to cover his Morale.
I think it was because I was complimenting Morale so much a minute ago.
It's the curse of the commentator. You've heard of this, right?
He's lost
It
focus.
happens every time. Doesn't matter what the sport is.
I jinxed him.
Compliment is a harbinger of doom for an athlete. Neme to the inbound.
Nice pass. That's a good goal.
Narvaez.
So 33 seconds left. In Canada, we'll try to score with 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock.
So they've got a little time. Remember, there's a 40-second shot clock. Hit up on the fly. Over halfway is Jason Crone. And in no great hurry, as we're saying, Lavoie. Just with an eye on the shot clock here.
And then if they score with 1 or 2 seconds left,
remaining.
Colombia gets the ball back. Canada gets possession after that.
Counting it down. And finally with 3. Over goes Lavoie. Well, 2 seconds officially. That's about right.
No. Although Colombia almost scored the last time this happened.
Let's see. It's going to have to be a big throw out. And there won't be time now, I'm sure.
Oh, but a bad penalty right at the end of the half. That was a foolish play.
But it is half-time. End of the second quarter. And Canada with 19 points in the first period and another 19 in the second, restricting Colombians to just 3. Lead at half-time against Colombia by 38 goals to 10.
I've got
So half-time, Canada in control, David, against Colombia, as you would expect, leading 38-10. Look at the number of turnovers from the Colombians. That's clearly hurting the South Americans.
Yeah, I think in many sports that is indicative of success or failure in a game, and in this case it's no different. 23 turnovers that's not acceptable.
And is that well, it'll be a source of concern, of course, for the Colombians. Is it just the fact that they're not strong enough to compete against the Canadians, or is it more a lack of skill or a lack of discipline? I mean, what do you put that down to when you get a statistic that big?
Well, these highlights are showing, I think, a couple of reasons for all those turnovers. Canada is aggressive, they're tough, they're quick. So it's not necessarily, it's not Colombia's fault per se. They're playing a tough team. Canada's number 2 in the world for a reason. So 23 turnovers, I don't want to say that that should be expected, because Colombia's going to have to change that if they want to get better. But I can't say I'm surprised.
Is it a situation, I mean, we know that the US and the Canadians are the dominant forces in the Americas. You could say, well, the only way that teams like Colombia, perhaps the Chileans, the Argentinians, are actually going to get better is to play these teams, learn from their mistakes, toughen up, and, you know,
Agreed.
and improve over time.
Yeah, and I think Canada has really taken that role seriously. They have spent considerable time and energy and money to improve wheelchair rugby in the Americas region. And so they certainly are wanting our region to be stronger. And by coming to tournaments like this and having the ability to play them will only help to do so.
Do you want to give away anything in the sky? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. We got one more. Let's come over here. Okay, let's do it. Okay, but this is not the sports center. Let's get ready. Oh, we gotta take it on these. Are we ready? All right, I think we're gonna go. 1, 2, 3. All right, everybody, give yourselves a round of applause, please. Are you enjoying the match this far? I can't hear you. Okay, so now, I think what we're going to do right now is have some fun. We're going to party. Let's get the bongo camera. When you see yourself on the screen, you got to just... Uh-oh. So if you see yourself on the screen, see what he's doing right there? Perfect. All right, let's get this party going. Uh-oh. Here we go. Very good. Keep going. All right. Whoa. Let's have some fun, everybody. Up. This is time. Very good. Keep going. Yes. Up. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You guys are doing amazing. Up. Keep going. Everybody clap your hands. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Let's get back to the action. Go, go, go.
A warm welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre in southern Ontario, close to the shores of Lake Ontario. Day 2 of wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan Games. Canada in reds against the dark blue jerseys or vests of Colombia. Canada dominant in that first half. 38-10. And there's a man we've seen plenty of, John Orozco. I believe that's his 7th goal of the game. Has been David Legg, one of the outstanding players for the Colombians in what has been a tough battle for them.
Yeah, certainly a tougher match than they faced on their first day of competition against Chile.
Jason Cronin for another goal for the Canadians. Orozco trying to get out of his own key. Surrounded by Canadian athletes. Ms. Morao.
What you were noticing there is they were hoping to trap him right at the center line to create an over and back situation, which they were unsuccessful doing.
Meyer runs in a goal for the Colombians.
That was a good goal by the Colombians. A little bit of spark by Colombia to start the second half.
Zach Medal, if you haven't seen him yet in the first half, this is a man you want to watch, not just today, but throughout this tournament. Tipped as one of the future stars of the sport. If he isn't already, certainly is as far as the Canadians are concerned this time off the throne. And Canada cruises into the 40s.
Zach Medal is one of those players that don't come along very often in the sport. Like a Roger Federer, a Wayne Gretzky. One of those players that just is so far and beyond all the others that you can't help but marvel. And he's only 22 years old.
Morao has been well involved as well. Canada continue to pile on the agony as far as Colombia is concerned. I suppose when you've got such a commanding lead at half-time, you go into the third quarter, you know the job is pretty much done. What is the mindset of these players to say, no, we've got to keep going, we've got another 8 minutes to play, and then another 8 minutes after that?
I think from both teams' perspectives, there's a bit of sports psychology that comes to play.
Sure there is.
Now, first of all, the Canadian team, Kevin Orr's not going to let them lie down and take it easy, because what will happen is you do not want to practice bad habits. And while this game may appear over, there's still some tough ones to come. And so Kevin Orr wants to make sure that his team is preparing constantly and using game opportunities like this to make sure they're not just the second best in the world, but the best in the world. On the other side of the coin, Colombia needs to use this as an opportunity to try and find wins, try and find things that they can build upon for the rest of the tournament, and hopefully a bronze medal.
Canada ball on that far side. Crone will inbound. Finds Medal, surrounded by Colombian wheelchairs, and still finds a way out. Have a turn.
Medal on that last play made Orozco look like he wasn't even there, and Orozco's no slouch.
Talking of which, here is Orozco. Just enough room to beat Crone to the goal line. Now, shelling peas for the Canadians.
That was a really good pass by Morale. Almost 3/4 of the court. One bounce right on the money while the player was moving.
And again, they make it look so easy, but those are the sort of things that you do practice.
Exactly.
The length of pass, the bounce, the catch, the run in.
Spin on the ball.
Colombian coach
as I mentioned earlier, still coaching. Still needs to use this as an opportunity to learn and get better.
As the South Americans take a timeout, Jonathan Vargas is the Colombian coach, trying to rally the troops the best he can, David. And as we say, it is of course a learning process, but it can also be a very painful process, both physically and mentally, of course, for these players.
Colombia takes a lot of pride in wheelchair rugby. Of the South American nations, it's certainly one of the founders and has hosted and helped support a tournament called the Maximus Tournament, which is where a lot of these South American teams really cut their teeth in international competition.
Maya inbound. Maya again. Find a way over halfway. He's got some protection there. Touch to the left. Maya forced a little wider.
And it's little subtle things that Zach Medell does so well. On that last play, he just slowly and cleverly made sure that the lanes were being cut off and that he had enough room to maneuver so that he could block off the path.
Again, in the end, there is just enough room for Orozco. The second or third attempt.
On that last play, Medell pushed his defender back so that he could get a good start for a push-off for a fast break goal. Unfortunately, for the Canadian team anyways, the official was slow getting the ball to Morale, so Morale couldn't make the pass.
There's Morale wearing 2 for Canada.
So what they're looking at right there is those cards will have the classifications for each player, and the referee is just coming over to ensure that they haven't gone over the 8-point limit.
The 8-point limit for the 4 players combined on the court at one time.
Correct.
Presumably you don't have to fulfill the whole 8
No.
if you don't want to.
No.
I mean, it would make sense that you would, but, you know, obviously players need a little R&R from time to time, right?
Exactly, yeah. And the team will be selected often with certain lineups in mind. This is where teams will sometimes get into trouble. If Zach Medell were to get hurt, for instance, that changes all of the lineups that Canada would have been thinking of using and employing throughout this tournament. So having players who can step into a variety of roles and play a variety of positions is absolutely crucial, those utility type players. I saw a timeout being called by the referee, although I'm not exactly sure what the reason is.
Well, Medell and Rodriguez.
Oh, technical.
And Rodriguez coming over to the penalty box. And so Colombia, as if the task wasn't big enough, down to 3 players for the next 60 seconds. Or until a goal is scored. And as you say, David, it's almost certain that you know, when you're only 75% of your team due to a penalty box incident, that your opponents are going to score sometime in that 60 seconds.
Yeah, penalties. Yeah.
They're a bit of a killer, right?
Penalties are never good in wheelchair rugby. I'm going to suspect it was a classification numbers issue based on what we just saw unfold.
So it looks like we are ready to resume. Travis Morale comes and collects on his own goal line. So 4 on 3.
And so on that play there, Medell didn't go for the ball. His job was simply to pick off the other 2 players.
He allowed Jason Cronin. Just about a free run in for the bearded crone.
You see that play? Medell took out 2 players. 2 for the price of 1. There you go. It's a bit like the mechanics of a pool game, trying to bank balls off of one another.
What a lovely analogy. Yes, that does make perfect sense now you put it in those terms.
I noticed the 2 Canadian players picking off Orozco up top there, not allowing him to come back and get the ball.
Give and go from the Colombians.
Boom!
Huge smash from Medell and Amaya. But it blows up the goal. Orozco goes over.
Medell comes over, gives the player a little tap.
Amaya is on his side, as you can see.
That was a clean hit, but a good, strong, tough hit.
That's murder ball for you. That's why they call it that.
And again, that's what makes Medell such a special player, is he can play all these different ways.
And you've got to think that Amaya saw that coming and realized there was no way out of
Exactly.
No way out of that.
And the part for Amaya is he's going to be seeing that coming regardless for the rest of the game, even if it's not.
Meanwhile, back to the scoring machine. The scoring machine. Medell again. 18 goals out of the 46 that Canada have scored.
Oh, that was a nice play. Oh.
Orozco couldn't quite get there. Just ran away from him and out of bounds. Well, he certainly caught the eye of Orozco for the Colombians, albeit in what is almost certain to be a losing cause, but he's done more than most.
What a great pass by Moreau. Moreau's made 4 or 5 outstanding passes tonight. Look at this, quick bounce pass, out of the reach of Orozco, right on the money, easy goal.
There's all sorts of ways to score in this game. Here comes Amaya, none the worse.
Oh, nice hit.
Coming together with Crone that time. Amaya still has the ball.
That was a good play. Good, strong play by Colombia.
Rodriguez with the goal.
Just a quick overhand pass, reaches back.
Rodriguez did really well to reach up because it was almost behind him.
Exactly. And these sport chairs have lower backs than the typical day chairs for that exact reason right there, so that they can extend backwards and grab the ball.
Get another goal for Medell. 48-17. Midway through this third quarter. Day 2.
Desjardins made a nice play there that again often goes unnoticed by cutting him off.
Another coming together between Amaya and Zadell. And again, they're getting very familiar, these two.
Yeah. And those hands darting in and out.
Orozco, good change of pace, good change of direction, but there's no way through.
And what he's trying to do is push the Canadian player out the back end so that he's out of bounds.
Orozco again.
And Moreau was strong enough to hold him, but not that time.
Got the reward eventually.
Watch it right here. He's going to come through. Oh, that was a smart pass. Unselfish play.
Great industry from Orozco because he tried several different angles to force that ball across the end line.
And Colombia has not laid down on this game. They continue to work hard.
Medell, perfectly weighted pass for Crone. And Canada just one short of the half century.
Oh.
Zadell in again.
Rabid.
Couldn't quite control it, but certainly stopped the breakout from the Colombians.
Unrelenting pressure from Canada.
Colombia put in, or inbound from this near side. David Welty is back with us. Orozco facing his own goal.
So Canada now has a more balanced lineup out there right now, so no 3 or 3.5 players.
Orozco the dribble, and the outside. And manages to just get those front wheels in. Orozco 12 goals for the Colombians. Leads the tally for the South Americans.
Oh, that was spectacular hustle by Orozco. Didn't turn out in his favor, but I like the effort.
It's not always about the goals, it's also about stopping the goals as well, stopping the Breakouts, we'll see. Turns, gets hit by Orozco. Again,
They're going to
we'll see
get a 12 count
Rodriguez.
here.
Now the pass.
Just got it over.
Caldwell. This will be the 50th. Run in by Patricima. And it's 50 up for Canada. With 2:50 remaining in the third quarter. Rodriguez turns. Watched by Crone.
Oh, good pressure by Canada.
Crone turning. Rodriguez busting a gut to get there, but can't stop Crone. Roscoe turns straight into
That was a
Wilsey.
nice pop by Wilsey. Just letting him know that he's there. Columbia has to call a timeout. Wilsey, the former hockey player, understands and knows about intimidation.
Early repairs for Orozco's chair and change in tyre.
Scores Canada 51, Colombia 19.
So the wheels that they were just popping on there are similar to day chair wheels. However, obviously with that aluminum shield on the outside to protect against the spokes getting just busted. Most teams will travel with several pairs of spares for the exact reason that you just saw. They can get easily pinched.
Is there a regulation to the tyre, the wheel encasement itself? I mean, they're all pretty much of a muchness as far as that's concerned.
Exactly, and that's not relatively new, but when they first started developing wheelchair rugby, there was a lot more variety.
Great goal by Amaya. He's got a good pace on him.
The chairs all have minimum and maximum widths and lengths and so on and so forth.
And what about weights? I mean, again, is there a standard weight for these things?
It's very much, it's not an exact weight, but certainly there is much more regulation trying to minimize the impact of the chair as opposed to the impact of the athlete's performance. Good defense by Columbia.
Not over, but we'll come back to Crone.
That was an example of a reach-in call right there. And really, though, that call was because Jason Crone understood what was happening and initiated the contact. Not unlike how James Harden does it as an NBA basketball player for the Houston Rockets. And when he's going in for a layup, he almost baits the other team to hit his arm so he can get the foul called.
Roscoe into the penalty box, so Canada have a man advantage here.
And see what's happening right now. The two Canadian players are coming over, and they're ready themselves. And so what Orozco does is Orozco says, no, I'm throwing the ball in. And so the referees have to allow him to fight through the picks that were being set up and to throw the ball in from the baseline.
Orozco returns, the goal having been scored. 52-20 inside the last 2 minutes of the third quarter.
Another equipment timeout. Again, as I mentioned before, the equipment manager is perhaps one of the most important people on each team. These chairs take a beating.
Here comes John Segura.
Talking about the chairs, that in and of itself is one of the great challenges with this sport, is providing an entrance for a player and needing one of these chairs. The last thing that they want to do is use one of their everyday day chairs to go play wheelchair rugby.
Orozco did really well there. Oh, that's terrific stuff.
Fabulous play.
Terrific stuff from Orozco. Dribbling, changing direction at speed. Have another look.
He zigs, he zags. Good straightaway speed. Easy score.
Well, he makes it look an easy score. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
Canada at the other end while you're watching that replay, 53-21.
That's fine for me to say it from standing up here.
Big hit from Caldwell.
Yeah, and at the other, on the baseline there, big hit by Caldwell. spun him completely around, full 360.
Caldwell again. Over the head of Neme. Finds Wilsey.
So Wilsey showing the veteran leadership that he has, just didn't panic. Slowly waited for Caldwell to get over.
Caldwell, bothered by Orozco, reached in, couldn't get it. Turnover by the Canadians. Orozco thought about the pass, decided to keep possession himself, and away goes Orozco.
Nice play by Orozco.
He's been outstanding for the Colombians, he really has, for my money. 14 goals.
And the next closest player with 3. So Orozco has clearly been the best player for Colombia.
Make that 15.
Nunez has not been as strong tonight as he was on day 1 against Chile for Colombia. I think I had hoped to have seen more of him tonight.
Orozco reaching in, but Caldwell holds on. Now needs an exit strategy, finds it.
Nice pass by Wilsey, knowing he had 2 of his partners streaking down. Either one of them was able to grab it and make an easy score.
Crone scores. So last 30 seconds or less, last 28 seconds of the third quarter. Orozco, can he pick it up? That's brilliant.
Oh, that was a very nice play by Colombia.
Had to just change his direction and pick the ball up on the bounce.
So 23 seconds left. Canada, as we've mentioned before, will try and score with 1 or 2 seconds left.
So they'll just take their time coming out of defense here. We'll see. Up to halfway.
They'll like to pass to Caldwell, as he does. You can hear the Canadian team counting down.
Well, they've got a few seconds here. They've still got 6 seconds, and so Caldwell's just biding his time. Finally goes over. And 3 seconds left on the clock in this third quarter.
And then Colombia chooses the highest classified player because he can likely throw it the furthest to try and get a last second.
But no time to reduce the arrears at the end of this period. So we're 3/4 of the game done. Canada again on top in this third quarter. Colombia had a better period for them, made it closer, but trail Canada after 3/4 by 55-23. Well, Orozco has been a revelation throughout this game, but perhaps the third period was his most effective. So now, of course, but Orozco again, just sure in possession, quick, great change of pace, and a real hardy competitor as well for the Colombians.
Yeah, Colombia scored 13 of their 23 goals just in that third quarter, so certainly a better effort from them.
Final 8 minutes of the contest. Starts with Canadian goal from Fabien Lavoie.
Canadian Paralympic Committee has been touting this as Super Sunday because of all the medals they were hoping to win in the swimming pool, but this is Super Sunday for the Canadian wheelchair rugby team as well.
Maya with the pass for Roscoe.
I was just watching assistant chef de mission Stephanie Dixon leading a cheer from the Canadian squad here in the crowd. There's a big Canadian contingent here tonight.
Well, Roscoe knows he's in a battle, but it's funny that he can still smile. And again, leaning back, as you mentioned, to take the pass. Hirschfield with the goal, number 10 for the Canadians. Quick work by the Colombians this time. In the back was Fabien Lavoie, who was taking no prisoners. Lavoie bring it away. Roscoe trying to impede his progress, but to no avail. Have another look at the hit here.
That's a bit dangerous coming in the back like that.
I was going to say, you and I discussed this before the game, and you said hitting from behind's a bit of a no-no, isn't it?
Well, certainly it's a much more dangerous hit than one coming from the side or from the front.
And the reason why hitting from behind is generally frowned upon. So
well, and not so much from behind, but that angled hit. And that last one there, you saw there was a slight spin. Had it been a bit more to the side, he probably would have spun him so that he would have lost control, and that would have been a penalty.
So Colombian timeout. In this fourth quarter, Canada has been dominant throughout, but the Colombians certainly made more of a game of it, I think, David, in the third quarter.
Agreed.
Showed that they're not just here to make up the numbers.
No, again, Colombia takes a lot of pride in being a leader in wheelchair rugby in South America particularly. I think they're gunning for a bronze medal. I think I wouldn't necessarily put them in a favorite position for that, but I would certainly put them in the mix.
Christian Amaya, inbound for Colombia. Finds his captain, Neme Montoya.
I thought Fabien Lavoie was just about to T-bone that Colombian player, and he pulled off.
Roscoe stopped in the key. Needs some help. And backing in.
Great effort.
Here's Neme. Doesn't matter which two wheels are over the goal line, as long as there are two of them.
Exactly. And you also can't have one go over and then come back out. That would be known as in and out, and that would be an infraction and loss of possession. And look how quickly
Whitehead.
Canada makes that transition from defense to offense.
Lavoie is on the end of it. In fact, it was Desjardins, I beg your pardon.
Mike Whitehead making it look easy.
Well, the look of determination on Mike Whitehead's face there, it was just, he wanted it more, he saw the loose ball, and I'm having that. Was the clear message. The impressive Orozco again. Manages to get the pass away before he goes out of bounds. Back to Orozco.
Punishing hit.
25 seconds on the shot clock. Orozco to that left-hand side. Look at the speed,
Colombian
the change of direction.
Out of bounds on the baseline. All because of Mike Whitehead's hit.
So Orozco's industry is for nothing. Canada into the 60s, as they were in their opening game against Brazil.
Mike Whitehead might look nonchalant out there, but he's a bull.
Hit on the Rodriguez, and then Lavoie. Getting it away on the right-hand side, the dribble. Lavoie has got a Roscoe, who's going to try and push him wide. Couldn't do it. Lavoie now has 11 goals. comparison to Zach Medell, who's just one short. He has 19. And Lavoie, you can add another one to his now, up to 12. It's Canada 62 to 24. Deme away, over halfway. Might go his own way here. Does do.
That was a very clever play.
It's a little dummy.
Yeah.
Dummy one way, went the other.
Exactly.
Fooled the opponent.
And that was a good breakout by Columbia. Watch. Oh.
There you go.
Where'd he go? And Hirschfield's again, as I mentioned earlier, one of the world's best at his position.
Well,
doesn't get faked out that easy very often.
it came in from Rodriguez, but it's not going to stop Lavoie. It's in for another. The familiar frame, competitive frame of Orozco.
Orozco's certainly not giving this game away. Oh. I'd like his game tonight.
Well, it's a mixture, isn't it, of determination, skill, desire, passion, you name it, and Orozco's got it in spades, doesn't he?
Nice inbounds pass. Oh, Orozco would want that one back.
Lavoie takes full advantage.
Notice how Lavoie put his head down to protect the ball so Orozco couldn't come across and tip it, and just bowled his way through. It's like a Marshawn Lynch or Jerome Bettis as a running back.
Meanwhile, at the other end, Orozco goes for a ride.
The baseline on this goal, the Brazilian team is wearing their familiar green and yellow shirts, and they're watching with great anticipation, I'm sure, the Colombian team, who they could be playing in a bronze medal match.
Well, Orozco and Rodriguez and Hirschfield all came together. Yeah. But Orozco, well, he wouldn't expect anything else, but aimed to be up and ready to battle on. 16 goals for Orozco. Out of the 26 that Colombia scored, that's a measure of his on-court dominance. Lavoie will run another good speed from Lavoie.
Just great breakaway speed. Maybe a la John Cornish of the Calgary Stampeders. Just puts his head down, straight ahead blast.
Orozco's the Canadians retreat. Needs some help. Finds it in Venegas.
Colombians are showing us something, though. They're not giving up, not laying down.
Orozco thinks this is his.
Great hustle. Great hustle by Orozco.
Couple of substitutions coming in for the Canadians. Jason Crone and Byron Green back on court. So I guess these are somewhat tactical substitutions, but also, as we mentioned a little earlier, chance to give players who've put in a shift just the time to catch their breath.
Oh, yeah, without question. Byron Green, for instance, hasn't played a lot in this game. He's a bit of a younger, newer player. Kevin Orr's smart in getting players like him some experience, and we've talked about this already, the benefit of having played with your teammates a lot and knowing where they're going to be in time and space.
Second penalty for Orozco, as you saw there.
And so what Lavoie's doing is he's setting it up so that his teammates can come over to get ready to pick Orozco when he comes out of the penalty box.
Which he will now.
So suddenly the players, 2 Canadians, will pick him, not allow him to get involved in the play. He raises his hand and says, no, I'm the one throwing the ball in, so they have to release it. But what that then does is it takes Orozco out of the play as far as receiving the ball. And Canada can then press the other players. So they
Orozco
do.
inbounds. Venegas, followed by Lavoie, turns away from trouble.
Oh, that was a big hit coming too.
Crone was trying to get himself involved. The giveaway.
Mike Whitehead sat back there like a strong free safety. He's a good defensive back, baiting, waiting, picked it off. Watch this interception. Boom. Didn't even see him coming.
While Orozco, change of pace again.
Nice pass by Orozco, a little shovel dish.
Venegas in again. That's twice in the last 60 seconds we've seen that move.
Comes in.
Orozco and Venegas.
Quick handoff.
Final quarter. Day 2. Wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan Am Games. Canada in red, in dominant form against the dark blue jerseys or vests of Colombia. And just under 3 minutes remaining in this 4th quarter.
Canada as good as advertised.
Venegas, Orozco ahead of him with the hits, allowing some room. Oh. And there goes Venegas, became the meat in the Canadian sandwich. Well, his head's over the line, but his wheels aren't.
Great courage. Trying to get to that goal line.
The hits coming in from Crone and from Lavoie.
Great angle here. Watch this. Watch his head.
Can't get there. Got to get those 2 wheels over the line.
So the goal doesn't count, but he certainly gets a round of applause from an appreciative crowd for the effort.
There's Venegas. Good as new. No problem. On we go, he says. Lavoie. Finds Whitehead. And then Lavoie. Great change of pace away from Orozco.
Yeah. He gave a subtle little, I might pass the ball, and then just put on the afterburners. Clock starts, the arm goes down.
Venegas.
Canada decided not to press there.
Venegas again. Whitehead coming across. Venegas teasing Whitehead. Trying to find Orozco. And the ball just ran away from the Colombian.
Looks like the Colombian was out of bounds. Orozco was out of bounds on the baseline. Another turnover.
Canada ball. Whitehead.
Whitehead protects the ball with his chin.
Well, get away from Nemeth. Now the way is clear.
And a nice pop just for good measure.
I was going to say that was just for good measure. That had nothing to do with tactics. Whitehead was in and clean and gone.
Fun, just for fun.
Just because they can sometimes.
That's this one.
Orozco.
Oh, wow. Orozco was
got hit by
very
Lavoie.
quick to get out of that way.
Then he got hit by Crone. And Lavoie back for more. Then a turnover. And Crone in alone here.
So you can see Coach Kevin Orr just sending his players back. They've taken off the press. Watch Orozco just missed that hit by Lavoie. Lavoie was wanting to take his head off.
Not literally, you understand.
No, of course not.
Here's Orozco again. Meets that red wall of Canada. But another great change. Isn't that wonderful to watch? From Orozco. There were 3 Canadian players there. And he managed to, with a wiggle, and a feint and a right turn and then a left turn, managed to find a way around all of them. Whitehead. Still
Doesn't
has
make
the
any
strength.
passes.
No.
It's safe, guaranteed score.
Inside the last 90 seconds of this opening game on day 2. Canada in a dominant position.
Canada's been able to rest Medell since early in the 3rd quarter. That'll bode well as the tournament continues on.
Roscoe inevitably in again with that burst of speed over the last 6 feet or so. Have another look.
Look at that pass. In full stride, right on the money.
Nice head again. His personal count is up to 10 goals now. 9, I beg your pardon.
So Canada scoring more goals, I believe, today already than they did in their first day of competition.
Oh, they're well
yesterday.
past that number, David. They scored 65 against Brazil, so 9 better than that opening game, and there's still a minute and 5 seconds left in this game. As you see, Uriel Rodriguez getting some running repairs.
And Brazil, that Canada played day 1, was no slouch.
Rodriguez is back with us.
Canada decides to practice their press for the final few minutes of the game.
Roscoe. Well, he's playing in this losing cause for Colombia, but just watching him play over the last hour or so, I wonder how many of these other national teams he would get into if nationality was no barrier, and I think probably a few.
Oh, Roscoe would be a top player in Canada, there's no question.
Lavoie manages to beat his opponent and the pylon as well. And Canada up to 75, so that's 10 more than their opening game against Brazil. Venegas deep inside his own territory. Big hits. Comes in from Crone.
That was a nice pick by Whitehead to slow Roscoe down so that Lavoie could pick off the pass.
Whitehead. Turns away from Venegas, who reaches in.
Just protecting the ball, slowing it down. 15 seconds left.
Losing seconds. Is there time for one more goal? Whitehead trying to find that change of pace away from Roscoe, and he will score with the final act of the game.
That was a strong game by Canada.
So an exclamation point from Mike Whitehead, who takes his personal goal tally to 10.
Final throw-in for Colombia.
And the buzzer goes, it's all over. And Canada continue on their winning ways. They beat Brazil comfortably in game 1 of round robin play, and they have done very much the same against Colombia, as they would expect. Certainly gold or silver medal contenders, the Canadians, taking the applause from the crowd. Big smile on the face of Zach Medell, and they can relax now after a very comfortable victory against Colombia, for whom number 4 Orozco was a shining start.
Colombia should hold their heads high. Canada's a tough team.
Canada with 21 points in that final period, and they have summarily beaten Colombia in their second game. Final score, Canada 76, Colombia 32.
Okay, everybody, right out there for Team Deschanel. Rocking it out right now. One of the top captains for Team Canada. I gotta ask you, first of all, as a silver medalist in the Paralympics, what's it feel like to wear the red and white and to rock the world in front of all your whole friends and perform here and compete at the Parapan American Games?
It's a real honor. I mean, we take a lot of pride in competing, for our country and being here at the Parapan Am with all the support, all the red and white in the crowd, cheering us on, and it's so wonderful.
Amazing, amazing. The last question I asked you, I know your name's Patrice, but I think I hear everybody calling you Pico.
At the Student Storm. And
Wheelchair rugby is a mixed-gender sport. Players move the ball by carrying, dribbling, or passing it toward the opponent's end. Contact between wheelchairs is allowed, and players frequently collide as they attempt to stop their opponents and take control of the ball.
El rugby en silla de ruedas es un deporte mixto, donde los jugadores mueven la pelota, llevándola, haciéndola powers o pasándola hacia el extremo del oponente. Se permite el contacto entre las sillas de ruedas y los jugadores se caen con frecuencia cuando intentan detener a los oponentes y controlar la pelota.
The game is played on a hard-wood court that is marked by boundary lines, a center line, a center circle, and two key areas. A standard volleyball is used.
El partido se juega en una cancha de piso de madera con líneas que marcan los límites, una línea central y un círculo central y dos áreas principales. Se utiliza un estándar de voleibol.
The game consists of 4 8-minute quarters. There is a 2-minute break between quarters and a 5-minute break at halftime.
El juego se divide en 4 cuartos de 8 minutos. Se otorgan 2 minutos de descanso entre los 4 y 5 minutos de descanso en el entretiempo.
The object of the game is to carry the ball across the opposing team's goal line. 2 wheels must cross the line for the goal to count, and the player must have firm control of the ball when he or she crosses the line. Teams have 40 seconds to score on each possession.
El objetivo del juego es llevar la pelota hasta la línea de gol del oponente. Para que el gol sea válido, las dos ruedas deben pasar la línea y el jugador debe tener pleno control de la pelota cuando cruza la línea. Los equipos tienen 40 segundos para marcar en cada posesión.
Wheelchair rugby players are allocated one of 7 different sport classes: 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0, and 3.5.
Los jugadores de rugby en silla de ruedas se dividen en 7 clases deportivas: 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0 y 3.5.
The 0.5 class consisting of athletes with the most significant activity limitation through to 3.5 class athletes who have the least eligible impairment. To ensure fairness, the total permitted classification point value of all players on the court is 8.0 per team. This requires teams to throw a mix of players with different classification point values, which ensures a fair and balanced competition level.
Esto requiere que los equipos pongan en juego una combinación de jugadores con diferentes puntos de clasificación, lo que asegura un nivel justo y equilibrado de competencia.
For each female athlete on the court, a team is permitted an additional 0.5 points.
Por cada atleta femenina de la cancha, el equipo puede tener 0.5 puntos adicionales.
Well, everybody, we are getting ready for game number 2 right now for Argentina and Chile. Are you still with us right now? Well. That being said, this is what we're going to do. I want to challenge the decibel meter, and I want to see if we can get louder than 85 on the decibel meter. So on the count of 3, all right, we're going to make as much noise as we can for these 2 incredible teams. 1, 2, 3. Make some noise. All right, that's incredible, that's amazing. Okay, but I think we can get a little louder than that. This is for Argentina and Chile. We want to get to 85, so let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Let's go! Let's go!
sûr que le match entre l'Argentine et le Chili commencera dans quelques minutes. Damas y caballeros, el partido entre Argentina y Chile comenzará en unos momentos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are mere minutes away from great wheelchair rugby action featuring Argentina and Chile.
Greetings from the Canadian city of Mississauga, just west of Toronto, and a very warm welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Parapan Am Games from the Mississauga Sports Centre. Coming up, Argentina against Chile on day 2 of competition, and later the United States of America. One of the favourites for the gold medal up against the fast improving Brazilians. Nigel Reid alongside David Legg, as two South American teams come together in this second match on day 2.
Argentina and Chile both coming off substantial losses on day 1, both looking to rebound from those defeats.
As Argentina outplayed by the Americans 70-25, and the Chileans mustered only 12 points in a heavy loss to the Colombians. Momentarily, the announcement of the team rosters.
Representing Argentina, led by their captain, number 5, Juan Foa. Number 1, Juan Herrera. Number 3, Ignacio Aranson. Number 4, Nicolas Stapanengo. Number 6, Daniel Villegas. Number 7, Matias Cardozo. Number 8, Lucas Camusi. Number 9, Fernando Pantin Colombo. Number 12, Mariano Gastaldi. Number 13, Brian Nascimento. Number 22, Leonardo Abes. And number 24, Fernando Canyumil. Head coach for Argentino, Federico Manini.
Representando el Chile y representando a Chile.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Chile, number 1, Jose Venegas. Number 2, Victor Saiz. Number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 4, Carlos Novoa. Number 5, Alejandro Duran. Number 6, their captain, Juan Rodriguez. Number 7, Alexis Barraza. Number 8, Christian Madariaga. Number 10, Christopher Flores. Number 11, Jose Ruiz. Number 12, Andres Pizzello. Number 13, Andres Opazo. Chile's head coach, Pablo Benavides.
Les arbitres pour ce match sont les arbitres de este partido son.
The referees for tonight's match, from the United States, Joshua Kearns, and from Sweden, Ulrika Olsson.
L'aliment de départ pour l'Argentine. La formation initiale de Argentina.
Now the starting lineups for Argentina. Number 1, Juan Herrera. Number 7, Matias Cardozo. Number 9, Fernando Pantin Colombo. And number 24, Fernando Cañumil.
L'aliment de départ pour le Chili. La formation initiale de Chile.
And your starting lineup for Chile. Number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 4, Carlos Novoa.
So Chile,
Number 5, Alejandro
up until last
Duran.
night, had not
And
played
number 8,
any
Christian
games outside
Madariaga.
of South America. So they are still very much in a nascent stage of their development. Showed great spunk last night, but clearly were outclassed against Colombia.
Watch out there for Christian Madariaga. Scored 3 goals in that defeat last night. Wears number 8 for the Chileans. And is in this starting quartet. He's from Sweden and from the United States. So 4 periods, 4 quarters of 8 minutes each. Only 4 players allowed on the court per team at any one time. And the simple objective is to score more goals than your opponent. And it is not unusual, as we have said. But if you're watching for the first time, you see 100+ goals scored in a pool game. These two South American rivals, Argentina in the blue and white stripes, and Chile in those red vests. Playing with their regulation, what amounts to a volleyball, David?
That's exactly what it is. Wheelchair rugby really is a hybrid combination of so many different sports. Played on a basketball court with a volleyball, scoring a touchdown, so to speak, a la football, allowing the contact that you find in rugby, having a key as they do in basketball.
Cardozo in for the opening goal, and they come thick and fast. See, 25, 30 points per quarter is nothing unusual.
In day 1 of the competition, Chile had a difficult time getting the ball past the half court in the 12 seconds that are required, and we're seeing that happen again. You need to get the ball past the center court line within the first 12 seconds of the shot clock.
And the shot clock itself runs for 40 seconds, so rather like a basketball game, you've got a limited amount of time to get it out of defense, get it over halfway, and score a goal. It's got to be done within 40 seconds, and we saw earlier in the day the shot clock, beat the attempted goal. So it does happen from time to time.
Quick equipment timeout called by the referee to allow a player to get rid of some of his bling.
Inbound, and here comes Cardozo again. We'll run that one in. An early advantage for the Argentinians.
Chile was knocked out of the game early on day 1 of the competition. If that's to not happen tonight, they can't be making mistakes like the one they just made right there.
Well, they were blown away by Colombia 66-12 on opening day. Is the bigger concern that they conceded 66 goals or that they only scored 12?
Well, I guess it's a combination of those two things. Yeah, they certainly have to score more goals than that tonight, and they have to limit Argentina to certainly less than that.
But realistically, inside this first quarter, Argentina would be the warm favorites to win this comfortably.
Agreed. Of the 6 teams in the tournament, Canada and the United States are certainly the class of the field. And then Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia are our second grouping, and Chile was the final team to qualify, and I think are at a significant disadvantage compared to those other 3 in my estimation.
Well, a quick start by Cardozo in for another quick goal. The Argentine captain.
Cardoza, I was just about to say, is very close to that center line. Got pushed backwards and got called going over and back of the center line. A similar type of call that you would see in basketball.
So Argentine put in from Pantin Colombo. And straight away, Cardozo in again. He may have scored all 4 goals. Indeed he has.
So Argentina pressing, knowing that Chile had difficulty bringing the ball up the court last night. And they'll try and go for that 12-second count again. Once again, they were unable to get the ball across in the 12-second time.
In the 12 seconds, that's the important thing from their own goal line. They need to get it into enemy territory within 12 seconds of the 40 seconds. They have to score that goal and get across the end line. But, well, we're playing very much in Chilean territory, and that'll suit the Argentines at this stage. Here is Canyumil. Going to go around the outside using a bit of speed, and breezes in. And it's a quick 5-goal lead for Argentina, and this, even at this early stage, looks pretty ominous, doesn't it, for Chile?
Yeah, it does not. This does not bode well, excuse me, for Chile.
I knew you were trying to say. Make the hard yards, Madriaga.
So for those all, and Chile called a timeout, knowing full well that that 12-second clock was getting closer.
Will expire once again.
For those of you that are watching for the first time, the majority of these players have spinal cord injuries, typically quadriplegia, so having sustained an injury above the second thoracic for you anatomy fans at home. That was what the game was originally intended for.
Now do it in plain English for people like me.
About the nipple line, to be precise, from an anatomical perspective.
That makes much more sense to me, David. Timeout is over. The Chileans make their way, I wouldn't say wearily back on court, but certainly they're up against it against the Argentines here.
But since the game's invention in the 70s, again for primarily people who had quadriplegia, the game is now expanded, and you'll see athletes out there with amputations, cerebral palsy, spina bifida, muscular dystrophy, but the ruling is they must be impacted in all 4 limbs. Oh, that was a fabulous
Juan Herrera move, showing exactly what can be done.
Watch this subtle feint. Oop.
Right there.
Away he goes.
Watch out for this young man. Juan Herrera is 25 years of age, scored 5 goals in that opening loss to the United States, and it was very prettily done. Argentines extend their lead to 6. And Chile, as you will have noticed, are having trouble just getting out of their own half of the field at the moment. Here's another challenge for them.
Just a quick equipment timeout on the other side of the court.
You see?
Nothing that a good roll of duct tape can't fix.
They must get through miles and miles of that stuff. Cristian Madriaga is the number 8 for Chile. Small class 3.5, so that is the top end, isn't it?
Yeah, as far
Explain that for us.
as far as classification goes, so on the court at any one time, you're not allowed to have more than 8 points. You're correct in that he was graded as a 3.5, and that would mean he would have the most ability from a functional perspective with his physiology. So from a spinal cord injury perspective, the higher the level of lesion, the lower the score. And what a lot of people mistakenly think is that a high-ranking player from a classification perspective is always the team's best player. But the reality is a 3.5 is only as good as their teammate who's a 0.5 or a 1.5 supporting them or leading them on the court.
Cardozo in for his 5th goal. 7 in total for Argentina, and finally Chile are over halfway.
Great pass.
And then they go. just couldn't pull it in, Madriaga. And that was almost the opening goal for Chile.
And similar to American and Canadian football, you must maintain possession of the ball as you cross the end line. Well, she clearly did not do that.
Frustration for Madriaga as he tried to pull it in. The bounce of the ball just took it away from him. Here's Herrera again. Already seen one very fancy move. Here's some more from the Argentine numero uno, Juan Herrera. And it's 8-0 in a heartbeat to Argentina.
That's the second great move by Herrera we've seen so far tonight. He's a fun player to watch.
Will be an Argentine inbound on that far side. Across to take it is Fernando Pantin Colombo. Trying to force it over the end line is Canyumil.
Canyumil plays with a lot of passion. He was an interesting player to watch last night. Lots of fire in his emotions.
Carlos Novoa.
Chile calls another timeout, recognizing that the 12 seconds were coming quick.
But the timeouts, you know, timeout themselves. You don't have unlimited timeouts, do you?
Exactly. They're going to run out soon enough.
So another momentary pause for Chile. Trailing 9-0 to Argentina with 5:36 remaining in the first quarter.
So the Chileans just have to put that 9 score out of their mind and just focus and concentrate on getting their first goal, breaking the ice, building on whatever wins they can get.
Well, that would certainly help the confidence and the belief and all those things that you need, that mentality to just build themselves a little platform into the game.
Yes.
But Chile find themselves in familiar territory deep inside their own end. Putting it in was Novoa. And away goes Novoa. This time he's got clear water ahead of him this time. And Novoa forced to turn away. Good defense by Cardozo.
That was a nice back pick, coming back to support.
Now the ball forward, but it's loose again. It's picked up by Herrera. Using that burst of speed, the punch ball forward. It's going to find Cardozo.
Great effort, great hustle coming back on defense.
Cardozo inside, and now a clear run in for another Argentine goal. They're coming thick and fast for the Argentines.
Nice pass. You saw that bat pass on day one. Amazing accuracy.
6 goals for Cardozo. And we're not even at the midway point of this first quarter yet. 10-0 for Argentina.
One more time. 12 seconds. That bat pass, I was mentioning this earlier to a colleague. It reminds me of an Australian rules football pass with the hand bat.
Leaning back effectively was Cardozo again.
You'll notice that the chairs have lower backs than they would in a regular day chair, in part for exactly that reason. Allows the player that much more room to extend back.
Once the ball comes to him behind, he can just lean back and pull it in.
Nice leaning
it's a decent
pass.
ball forward here for
we go.
Madriaga.
Fabulous.
And finally, Chile.
Well done, Chile, well done.
On the board. Reduce it to 10. 11-1 for Argentina. So persistent pays off for the Chileans.
Bench timeout called by Chile.
Scored only 12 in their opening game against Colombia.
Chile gets an opportunity now to set up a press on an inbounds play.
Another timeout for the Chileans. Just remind me how many they're allowed per quarter.
So there are 4 30-second timeouts allowed by the players. The bench also gets 2 opportunities to call timeouts.
A momentary pause there. Just going through your picture is Jose Venegas.
You'll notice too that the way the players are sitting in these chairs is much lower than they would be sitting in a regular day chair.
There we see an interesting example of the bumpers or the guards on. It's almost like a shopping basket on the front of the chair now. And we've discussed it before, but let's just have a recap on the different type of chairs, because there are some with those guards and some without.
So often players who are lower point players, we'll come back to that in a minute.
As Christopher Flores ends up head down and half out of his wheelchair.
So we have a second. They don't call this murder ball, or they didn't call it murder ball originally.
Well, just caught there by Herrera and then tipped over. So you can tell it's a smile, and that's nice to see a handshake as well between the two. Just a touch of the arms, and Flores is back on, well, I was going to say 2 wheels, but there are the smaller wheels, probably 6 wheels altogether, aren't there, on those?
There's 2 tip wheels on the back,
there we go.
correct. These players know each other well. Chile and Argentina, the 2 countries in the southernmost part of South America, have played each other a number of times the last few years.
Out of bounds, it will be an Argentine ball.
So the chairs we were speaking to,
Yes.
the longer chairs typically are known as defensive chairs, allow them to create more distance and more space in the defensive zone. The smaller chairs are more offensive style chairs.
Size into the penalty box there for Chile.
The reason being is he was knocked, but he still went out of bounds and didn't hold his position.
So for the next 60 seconds max, or until the next goal is scored, Chile, as if the task wasn't difficult enough, are now a player short.
So Canumil, recognizing that the player was not prepared to hold his position, did the smart play and simply knocked him out of bounds.
Herrera at the back stick. The simplest task of just running it behind for a 12th Argentine goal. Herrera now has 3. Pass for Flores. A bit of a jam. Trying to find Andres Opazo, the 13.
Jump ball call, that means that the ball was being held equally by players from both teams. So that is then based on a possession arrow following the original tip-off in the game. Possession arrow pointing Chile's way.
So Chile put in, or picked up effectively by Alexis Barraza, and finds his way blocked by Pantin Colombo. Herrera couldn't collect it.
Tipped out of bounds by Argentina. Still Chile's ball. Substitutions being made. Player coming in for Argentina is Juan Foa, who is the president of the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation. So a real administrative leader.
Not to mention captain of the Argentine team. Or co-captain, I suppose you should say. Foa wears number 5 for Argentina. So away comes Barraza.
Here comes Foa with a big hit. There's good pressure.
Picked up by Canumil, turning away from trouble.
Canumil showing good agility for a big man.
There's the dribble. Canumil might go all the way down the left side. He does so. Runs in another goal for the Argentines. 13-1 with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Canumil, as we talked about earlier, a big, strong player, but showing remarkable agility. Argentina has no players over the 2.5 classification, so they tend to play a much more balanced approach as it relates to their lineups.
Chile in a familiar position inside their own key area.
My apologies, they do have one player ranked as a 3.5.
Timeout called on the floor by Chile. Number 7, Alexis Barraza. That was their third
Timeout for the Chileans, who are under the thumb and under the caution, under severe pressure. Argentina 14-1 as we approach the final couple of minutes of this first quarter. These teams looking to respond, as David was saying, from heavy losses on day one. Argentina losing 70-25 to the world's number 3 team, the Americans. And Chile somewhat blown away 66-12 by Colombia.
Now the score indicative of how the teams are ranked. Again, Chile, a relative newcomer to the sport, certainly not as well developed.
Well, it doesn't really matter what the sport is, David. I mean, a team that's, you know, as you put it, nascent, you know, getting improving gradually in the game, just needs to play games, play against better opponents.
Yes, agreed.
Learn from the mistakes and improve. There is really no shortcut, is there?
No.
Trying to find that second goal, the Chileans.
No, the goal was called off. It was the one Chilean player was in the key for more than 10 seconds.
I believe that was Bucello.
That was a tough call.
But rules are rules, Dave.
The referee should have had compassion.
Invertible. Herrera will run in his 4th goal. And it's 15-1 in favor of the Argentines. 2:10 left in the first period. Remember, they have 12 seconds to get it over halfway. They will do so on this occasion. And then a big, big hit.
And he went over and back just based on that pop. What a shot.
So Herrera was effective.
Watch this. Hit him so hard that he knocked him out of bounds. Right there. Right there.
Yes, on the center line. Forced backwards, Barraza.
And then he scores a goal.
And then Herrera in again.
Does it all.
His personal tally is up to 5.
Argentina not pressing now, recognizing that they're up by 15 goals already.
Out of your shot, 3 of the 4 of them are in their own key area. Herrera just protecting outside. Here comes the big hit from Herrera. 2 from Herrera. As they try and find it, and the ball just bounces away. Flores couldn't collect it as the pass came across from his right. Another opportunity goes a-begging for the Chileans.
Argentina will set up. Get their defense ready.
Saiz. Big puff of the cheeks. The teammate. The shape of Barraza. Barraza trying to find a way through. The hit on the far side comes in from 1-4.
So in that particular instance, and these are basic mistakes that Chile is making. The player did not bounce the ball or pass it within the 10-second time limit. The better teams, the Canadas, the United States, Brazils, even Argentina and Colombia, they don't make those sort of mistakes.
And Canyumil in for yet another Argentine goal. Canyumil has 4 himself. Scored 8 in that loss to the Americans. Indeed, he was the Argentines' top scorer against the USA. Turnover inside the key.
Herrera's just having a fun time out there on the top of the key.
Herrera again. Had to make up some yards to catch up with the ball, but once he reined it in, no defensive players to stop him crossing the end line for another Argentine goal.
Easily just pulls it in.
Just a little glance over his shoulder to make sure he was in the clear.
Last minute of play in the first quarter.
Herrera providing the screen for the three behind him. Herrera, loose ball.
It's going to be a jump ball call.
Play on at the
no,
moment.
they were able to pull it out.
Did pull it out with Flores. Pazzo trying to back his way in. Change of direction for Pazzo, the dribble. Being bumped by Cardozo.
3 seconds left, and Foa makes the
Turnover.
interception. Great play.
All the way forward to Canyumil, who can just take all the time he needs. Indeed will so as the first period draws to a close.
Foa will try and score with 1 or 2 seconds left so that they can then get possession after the Chileans get it after the goal is scored.
Maybe just a little ahead of where they wanted to score there. They've left 4 seconds on the clock in this first period, but we've seen repeatedly the trouble that the Chileans have of getting out of their own half. So 2 seconds remaining. And the clock will almost certainly run down to the end of the first quarter. And the buzzer signals the end of the first quarter, which has been dominated almost entirely by the blue and white vests of Argentina. And at the end of the first period, Argentina in a dominant position, to put it mildly, leading Chile by 19-1. Well, Juan Ferreira, I mean, look at this. In the first period, I mean, Argentina scored almost at will, but Herrera certainly caught the eye, didn't he, David?
Certainly. And again, he brings a total package. He can pass the ball well. He can score. He can hit.
That was probably the easiest thing he did all night so far. But he said, I mean, a wonderful illustration there of all the attributes that a player like Herrera brings personally and to the team cause.
That diversity and versatility certainly make him a valuable player for Argentina. Argentina has a good chance of playing for the bronze medal in this tournament. And this bodes well for them, this very strong and dominating first half.
Second period on the way, Argentina 19-1. Live from the Mississauga Sports Centre, it is wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan Am Games. In the blue and white vests, Argentina. In the second period, second quarter underway against the red vests of Chile. That scoreline, a vivid illustration of just how dominant the Argentines have been. And they add to their tally and move into the 20s. With another goal from their captain, Matias Cardoso.
It's the first time that wheelchair rugby has been played in the Parapan American Games, these being the 5th Parapan American Games. And wheelchair rugby is also a relatively new sport on the Paralympic stage, having been introduced as a demonstration sport at the 96 Games in Atlanta.
Andriaga looking for a way through, but ball Goes loose with 20 seconds on the shot clock. As the Argentines make some substitutions, in comes Daniel Viegas. Mariana Gastaldi, 31-year-old.
And it's interesting to note, too, with the wheelchair rugby being played for the first time at the Parapan American Games here in Toronto, that Toronto was the first place to host an international tournament at all in 1989, with Canada, the United States, and Great Britain playing in that tournament. So a new sport that has grown dramatically.
Pedro Silva on that far side. Remember, they've got 12 seconds to get it out of their own half, and it doesn't look like, well...
Jump ball called as both players had their hands on the ball at the same time. Possession arrow gets the ball to Chile. Chileans have to decide who's going to throw the ball in.
Maybe nobody wants to take the responsibility. I'm sure that's not the case, but it looks like Andres Pizarro will. Behind the referee, Seo in for Novoa. They get it over halfway. Pushed back again by the blue and white vests.
So in that particular case, he got called for a 10-second violation for not having dribbled or passed the ball. That's the second time now that call has been made against Chile.
As you say, those are the fundamentals of the game.
Yes. And yeah, that's something that Chile's just going to have to do better and learn, not to make those simple errors.
Diaga leaning in on Cardoso, but couldn't stop him from scoring another goal. Cardoso, by the way, is up to 9 in his personal tally now. As Argentina extend their leads to 21-1 early in the second quarter. Cardoso again. And, Lucas Camusi. Over for his first score. We often see this, David, from the put in from the goal line after a goal is scored. The opponents will square up either side to side or back to, and just give us a sense of what the object of the exercise is here.
So what they're trying to do is to create an advantage for themselves by their positioning, to either hold a player, to pick them, or just to try and create a better space. It's rare that you're able to pass a ball over another player, particularly from an inbounds on the goal line. So you need a clear line, a clear space. And again, and depending on the level of disability, there's often players who have limited range in how far they can throw the ball. Other players know that and are able to position themselves accordingly, recognizing perhaps the maximum distance that players can pass the ball.
So it's not just about knowing your own team, it's about knowing your opponent's capabilities or in some cases lack of abilities.
There's no question about it. Certainly the best teams spend as much time watching film as any able-bodied professional sports team do, and they are looking for any and every advantage they can get.
Cardoso was quickly around the back. Break perhaps for the Chileans here. No. Cardoso again was quickly in. Beating Camusi. He was trying to play in Viegas. Pass just a little long. Behind for the Chileans. Inbound once again. Pizarro. Passes and moves.
Nice back check there to free his player, letting him get to the center court line and to make the inbounds pass.
Diaga.
He's protecting the ball well. Oh, lovely pass. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to rein it in.
Didn't quite corral it.
Good quick hands on
Score.
defense.
Madriaga getting through a ton of work. They're trying to stop Cardoso. She does initially well.
Good fight for the ball. Referees trying to gain possession so they can see what's happening. Jump ball call.
Ball, touchdown to Argentina.
So over to this near side for the inbound. Camusi. Viegas. Camusi's made some room on the far side. Yes, and as usual, comes all the way through to the captain, Cardoso, who is now in double figures for his personal tally.
Chile chooses on that last play to bring out 2 players to attack in a defensive stance. But that left the goal line wide open. Timeout
Reaching in. Camusi.
Timeout called by Chile.
Once again, recognizing that time was ticking to get it crossed the center line.
It's been an ongoing problem throughout the game for the Chileans, which is, I suppose, in a way, testament to how hard the Argentines are working to keep them penned in.
Correct.
You know, their own half of the field.
Argentina is having an effective press out there. The
There they are,
Chileans,
the 4 of them.
the Chileans do not have that one player who can accelerate and just outrun the Argentinian players.
Well, as with many sports, speed kills, doesn't it? I mean, it's such an effective tool, and if you haven't got that player with that acceleration burst, you know, you're lacking something in most sports, and this is no different.
Yeah, exactly. So they're getting easily penned in, easily hemmed in, and they're just not able to get the ball effectively past the half-court line.
Oh. Unfortunate there for Viegas. The call all to himself, no pressure, but ball just ran away from him. But Argentina leading as they do 23-1. I suppose the odd goal here and there isn't going to make a huge amount of difference in the grand scheme of things.
No, and I really don't think the players care too much about how many goals they score. Well, perhaps they do, but they would certainly never admit it. This is a team sport, and all they care about is winning.
Some running repairs for Barraza. Clamp that wheel on again very soon. And you've spoken about this before, Dave, but it bears repeating the importance of the man with the nuts and bolts who can change the running gear pretty quickly.
No question about it. These chairs take an absolute beating. And they're only given 60 seconds to make the equipment change. Otherwise, they have to bring in a new player. And so they have to be efficient, quick, effective. I liken it to like a pit crew in a Formula One.
That's exactly what it is.
Race.
It really is. You've got to get it on, get it off, tighten them up, and there you go. That's how quickly it can be done. So of course, for Madriaga and perhaps for his pit crew as well.
And teams can only travel with just so many spare wheels, so they have to be. The equipment managers are not done once the game is done. They spend all night making sure that the chairs are back in tip-top form the following day.
We'll see the loop pass for Cardoso. Another goal for the Argentines. Let's see if they can get out of their own half this time. It's a different technique, and maybe they will. And they're over halfway with Novoa, and then the big hit comes in from Cardoso, and it's going to be a score for Madriaga. And Novoa ends up on his side, but he won't care about that.
What a courageous play by Novoa. He knew he was going to take the hit. He knew he was going to take the pop. It's like a quarterback standing in the pocket, but still making the pass. Great courage.
He will put it up the right way. Arm done. So that was all about the wants and the desire to get the pass away to Madariaga, who managed to run in a second, a rare sight, a bit of a collector's item for Chile, who have now 2 goals.
But it's little glimpses such as that that give me hope and pause for thinking that Chile has an opportunity. Once again,
Given away
a little spark
by Camusi to his opposite, number 8, Madariaga. Can he claim it? He can't, because Cardoso, the Argentine captain, is
But
running
Camusi
away.
is rushing back, not giving up on the play. Great effort. But it was out of bounds. Oh no, the Argentinian player went out of bounds first.
Well, as you say, that's terrific hustle from Madariaga to get from one end of the court to the other. Having had the fumble at the other end, but he still managed to get back. And just via Cardoso, of course. Have another look here.
Nice to see him rewarded for that hustle too. So the Argentinian player went out of bounds slightly before the Chilean player.
Just to remind our viewers there, the pylons at each end are considered out of bounds. You've got to get both wheels, at least 2 wheels. I'll come back to that point in a moment. As Chile threaten the 3rd goal. This is Novoa again.
And the
Novoa,
Chilean,
can he get right in the back?
oh no, he hits the pylon, out of bounds.
There you go.
And Chile showing a little bit of emotion here, a bit of spark there.
Well, they've certainly perked up in the last couple of moments, couple of minutes. There's no question about that.
And the Chilean fans in the crowd are starting to make their presence felt.
Just remind us again of the importance or the significance of the pylons in relation to the chair, the wheels, and what is legal and what isn't.
Well, the pylons are de facto out of bounds. So if you touch a pylon, you have gone out of bounds. Now, if you've scored a goal and then hit the pylon, the goal counts.
And just bearing, just to follow that point, the whole of the chair doesn't need to be over the end line. Just 2 wheels.
2 of the 4 wheels.
2 of the 4 wheels
Correct.
is sufficient. Then,
So
then you can do whatever you want with the pylon.
Exactly. The 2 tip wheels in the back of the wheelchair don't count as some of those 4 wheels. "12-second violation once again.
It's a familiar tale for the Chileans.
Already with 16 turnovers.
So Camusi on that far side, inbound for Villegas.
Just cutting that edge very close.
Dribble from Villegas, turns again. Looking for some speed. Good protection from Cardoso.
Oh, fake to the pass. Powered it in. Nice goal.
Couple of goals for Villegas. Novoa again, he's starting to emerge as quite a leading force on the Chileans.
Oh, great pass.
Beautifully done. Madariaga is in again.
Well done.
And Chile have a 3rd. Well, that once again was
Great
all
leading
about
pass.
Novoa.
Knew the hit was coming in. 3 players from Argentina circling around him. Had the wherewithal to take the hit and make the pass.
Villegas over halfway.
Great hustle again. Coming back. These Chileans are not giving up. I like to see that.
Good back his way in here.
Referee signals goal. 2 of the wheels must come through consecutively, so one did not come in and then go out.
Great creativity there, I think, from Cardoso, because he realized that the quickest way to goal was to back his way in. and he managed to do it with a little bit of speed and find the right angle at the same time.
As I heard someone describe it earlier, a moonwalk goal. You can just hear the crunching of the wheels up here. Sounds like a train wreck.
It really does. Diaga is also, along with Novoa, one of the leading forces for Chile. So they try and get a foothold in this game against the stronger Argentines.
Chilean player was out of bounds on the baseline, I believe. Turnover, ball back to Argentina.
You can see some fresh players as well. Comes Herrera and Canyumil in as well. Remember, 4 players on court at any one time per team from a roster of 12. There's a familiar sight. Herrera.
Unexpected pass.
Canyumil. Quick work by the Argentines. Just over a minute and a half left in this second quarter.
Another unfortunate turnover.
Argentina gain possession right on the goal line. So more pressure for the Chileans. Look at the turnover stat there. I mean, that's
that's so indicative of the score. And it usually is, as in most sports.
Yep. If you can't hold on to the ball, you're going to get punished. And that is the cold reality, as you say. Substitution for the Chileans. Here comes Juan Rodriguez. There's Opaso also in as well. A chance for one or two of those red vests to get a little bit of a breather. And I would imagine for some of them not before time. But not for Carlos Novoa. Just to find Opaso. But they've got to get it over halfway. They've got to do it quickly. Stopped.
Tipped out of bounds, back to Argentina.
Once again, it's all in vain for Chile, despite the best efforts of Carlos Novoa.
You can just see that Chile's making mistakes that are relatively simple things to correct, and it's just going to take time and practice. And once they figure those things out, they'll have a much stronger team, much more competitive team.
Practice makes perfect, David. Well
So,
done there.
so I've been told.
Canyumil. And it's going to be Herrera. As Argentina approach the 30-goal mark in the final minute of the second quarter. 8 goals now for Herrera. Cardozo leads the way with 12. The Argentine captain. Is there a little bit of consolation for the Chileans before we hear the buzz of a half-time?
That was a great pass,
Almost
just
there.
wasn't able to rein it in.
So Argentina will probably just run down the clock with this final play of the first half. Inside the last 30 seconds, they have 40 on the shot clock. Making it as difficult as they can for themselves, and
That showed great hustle by Chile, being able to stop them, forcing a timeout.
so 20 seconds remaining in this half.
Argentina, once they get the ball past half court, will, as we've spoken about earlier, will likely try and score with less than 5 seconds on the clock in order to then retain possession for the subsequent half.
I think Colombo with the big hit and the put in finds Canyumil. Canyumil over halfway. Now the pass. Turns Leonardo Abes. Time running out. 3-2. Can they get the goal before the...
Oh,
no, they ran out of time.
expires. Time expired.
Just took too long, and credit to the Chilean defense for delaying them. But the goal is not allowed on this occasion. Just half a second too long for those wheels right across the goal line. And we are at the midway point of this game. And Argentina with 10 points in the second period to add to the 19 in the first, leading their South American rivals Chile 29-3. So halftime stats, Argentina obviously in a position of some authority, David. And you look down the list of stats there and you see all those Chilean turnovers.
You do not want to be leading in that category.
No.
You do not want to be leading in offensive fouls like they are as well, nor in penalties. Chile's got to turn those things around.
It has largely been one-way traffic, and the traffic has been going left to right from our point of view. There has been the odd glimmer of hope for the men in red vests, but Argentina have been much the better team in this first half. There's no question about that, and they know that the game is pretty much done. It's now really second half a matter of managing the minutes and maybe giving one or two players a little bit of a rest and respite. Not that I think Herrera wants any. He's been a standout performer for the Argentines, hasn't he?
Agreed. No, agreed. I think the second half, what Chile needs to do is continue to build on those few opportunities that we saw, where we saw some positive action. And Argentina needs to start thinking about positioning themselves for a run to the semifinals.
So halftime then, Argentina in control, 19 points in the first period, 10 in the second, but just 3 goals for the Chileans. Matias Cardoso, the Argentine captain, leading the way individually with 12 goals. Argentina leading Chile 29-3 at the half. the Mississauga Sports Centre. It is day 2 of wheelchair rugby in the 2015 Parapan Games. We are midpoints of the game between Argentina in the blue and white striped vests and Chile in the red vests. And it has been a dominant performance.
Oh, let's see Chile get off to a strong start here. Good for them.
Right, Argentina, Chile very quickly into their stride with Alexis Barraza.
Chile goal, scored by number 7, Alexis Barraza.
In Chile's 4th goal of the night.
Good pressure by Chile.
Well, whatever they said at half-time, certainly had the desired effect. That return.
That aggressiveness went against him. Couldn't slow himself down from going over the baseline.
Herrera had spun to his right. It's nothing to do with him and his teammate. As you say, his momentum took him beyond the baseline. And the Chileans with Rodriguez in the penalty box. A man short. So 4 on 3 in favor of the Argentines right at the start of this 3rd quarter. Comes Rodriguez. Herrera takes Argentina into the 30s. Herrera himself 1 short of double figures in this game.
Argentina only scoring 25 goals in last night's game against the United States. So certainly good offensive output from them. Oh,
almost for Rodriguez. He couldn't quite catch it cleanly and take himself beyond the red line into the paint. Canyumel in his own key area, using some good speed. Canyumel.
Nice play by Canyumel.
It's very well done.
Great over the shoulder pass.
Well, I'm not sure that's a little bit of showboating from Herrera, but
well, I think it's more
took his time.
He's allowing his teammates to get themselves set up.
I'm sure it wasn't.
All right, perhaps.
Not that Juan Herrera is listening to me. He's into double figures, and Argentina lead by a margin of 27 points. Well, if anybody embodies the Chilean spirit, is Carlos Novoa, wearing 4. Oh, now can they back in for the goal?
No goal.
The answer is no. Couldn't find a way past the 2-man Argentine defense.
Okay, so it was a penalty on Argentina for defending out of bounds, but the goal was not called automatically.
Yes, as you can see there, into the penalty box. So momentarily, Argentina are short-handed. This may well present an opportunity for Chile to reduce the arrears. Celo.
No goal. Chilean player must have crossed the baseline before he reined in the catch.
So Bicello stays in the penalty box for the time being. Argentina still a player short. Forward by Herrera.
Line violation on the Argentinian player. In that particular instance, referee decided that advantage was gained by the Argentinian player having gone out of bounds and touching the ball. Chilean players already setting up in the key. They have to be careful, though, of being called for 10 seconds and making sure that somebody comes back to receive the ball.
Rodriguez, good turn by Barraza. Rodriguez is there in support. Barraza, can he find a way through? He can.
Great effort.
Great determination by Barraza. And better teamwork, I think, from Chile there.
just able to power his way over the goal line.
And suddenly, Chile finding themselves working in the Argentine half of the field, which didn't see much of in the first half.
So in that instance there, penalty called against Argentina because number 1, who was out of the key, was pushed into the key, and you're not allowed to have 4 defensive players in the key at the same time.
So Juan Herrera pays the price, and we'll have a temporary timeout. There he is, Herrera.
That was a clever play by Chile, recognizing that he had his back turned and was easily pushed into the key for the
Ball was
infraction.
meant for Opaso, but it was too long for him. Breaks for Abes.
Oh,
Big
great
hit
hit.
from Barraza. Abes
Great
holds
pressure
on.
by Chile. Timeout called by Argentina, recognizing time count violation was coming.
Argentina calls their second timeout. They have 2 remaining.
Reminding you that when the restart is from your own goal line, you only have those 12 seconds to maneuver the ball over halfway.
In this particular instance, I think it's only 2 at this point now.
So Herrera stays in the penalty box. Argentina
I'm
still
incorrect.
operating a player short. It's still 3 on 4. Hit comes in from Rodriguez, Chilean captain. He might score one against the head here, as
Great
they say
play,
in rugby.
short-handed.
Short-handed indeed. And Abes. All these quirky rugby expressions. One against the head, yes, that's it. Short-handed. We all speak the same language and yet, David, isn't that right?
What?
We all know what we're talking about, really. Another goal for Argentina, let's put it that way. They need 32-5.
Let's stick with what we know.
Tell you what, you stick with what you know. Novoa did well to pick it up, needs an exit strategy here.
Oh, good physical
Loose
play.
ball.
12 seconds. Same old story for Chile.
Got to get it over halfway into enemy territory. Didn't manage it. So it'll be an Argentine inbound. Manuel looking for the return pass to Pantin Colombo.
Ah, just out of reach.
Timeout call. Called by the Argentines. Well, the Chileans have scored by period 1, 2, and 2 so far, but we are only, what, midway through, not quite midway through the third quarter, so they've managed to find a little more offense since halftime.
They've shown some promise at the start of the second half. Hopefully something for them to build on for the remainder of this tournament. For them, they have some very tough games coming up against both Canada and the United States. And also they still need to play Brazil.
Canada 2 in the world, US 3, and that, well, to call it a long-standing rivalry would be probably the understatement of the decade.
That will be a game to watch.
They play, I believe, their final round-robin game against each other, which may well be a dress rehearsal for the gold and silver medal game.
Perhaps that rivalry going back to the film Murderball, filmed primarily in the lead up to the Paralympic Games that were in Athens in 2004. That movie chronicling the games and the, I don't want to say hatred, but
Well, I watched it myself, and it wasn't far short. I mean, to call it a rivalry would be, you know, a very soft description, let's put it that way. To say there is no love lost between them.
Now, keep in mind, I don't think there's a
Huge
single
hit there.
player on the United States that was on that murder ball team. But nonetheless, the rivalry continues.
Back to the present, Chile and Argentina with an evolving rivalry all their own. Juan Herrera does well to collect it, surrounded by Barraza amongst other, but Herrera uses that speed. Look at
Clever,
that.
clever
Terrific.
play.
Great skill by the Argentine number 1. He now has 11 goals. Herrera just behind his captain. Tricky player, quick player, great ball handling skills from Herrera.
Unfortunate outlet pass.
And Herrera this time, well, now was that a, he took out Barraza, who, as you can see, is on his side.
Just an inadvertent hit, I would say there. Oh, he went over the ball, and that's what caused, in part, the tip.
So that is not what would be called that wouldn't be a penalty.
No. Bounces right back up. I am amazed sometimes at how these players can do that.
It is not a game for the faint-hearted, I
No.
think, David.
No.
Here is a man.
Oh,
who's
fabulous move.
impression. Yeah, another good goal by Carlos Novoa, who has been one of the leading lights for the Chileans.
Watch this push right through the crack.
I'm coming through. There's no stopping the man with the ponytail.
Chile foul on number 7, Alexis Barraza. Foul for illegal use of the hands.
Into the penalty box comes Barraza. So Chile short-handed. Herrera. Unselfishly passes the ball off.
Smart little spin on that pass.
Canyumil.
Landed expertly in his lap.
And the goal means that Chile are back to their full complement with the return of Barraza. Here comes Novoa. Screen, in goes Herrera with the hit. Pass, and Novoa just to the edge of the key. Can they find a way through? Right on the edge. Barraza.
10 seconds in the key called on the Chileans. Unfortunate.
They were that close.
10 seconds key violation on Chile.
Once you're in the key, you've got to make it count.
That's right.
Argentine ball. Deep in their own territory.
You can understand the need for that rule, otherwise players would just camp out in there. Never leave.
Big hit on Herrera. Coming in from Barraza.
Oh,
As inevitably Herrera finds a way past the last defender. And then unselfishly plays in
play.
Aves. Well,
Very nice. He's got a couple of gears.
oh, he's got a couple of gears and then some, I think. Terrific skill, once again, displayed by the Argentine number 1, Juan Herrera. Now Chile on the doorstep. And they got the goal this time from Rodriguez. So a rare moment of celebration. But in this game, celebration doesn't last long, because here come the Argentines again with their best. And the second goal for the Argentine 22 in the space of 60 seconds, and he did a lot more work for that goal than he did for the last one. He was in the right place at the right time, let's put it that way. Now doing some defending, Abbas. As the ball is played out to Bisello, facing that blue and white wall. Back in.
Lovely goal.
Baraza. Once again, Baraza, number 7, just had enough momentum to back his way over the goal line.
Without those wheels touching prior to him hauling in the ball.
Meanwhile, inevitably, Herrera at the other end. Herrera now has 12 goals. Joint leading scorer with Cardoso. We haven't seen on the court for a little while. Not sure we've seen him in the second half, actually. Stand to be corrected.
And here he will be coming in shortly.
Look at the margin of the lead that Argentina holds. So Abes, his second penalty. So Argentina shorthanded again. And some activity on the substitutes bench, if you like, on that far side. There's a whole gaggle of substitutes waiting to come in. Among them Gastaldi and Stupinengo. So from fresh faces and fresh ideas, perhaps for Argentina, and perhaps fresh problems for Chile. Who are making some changes themselves. 5 is Alejandro Duran.
Substitution for Argentina.
Baraza over for the score.
First goal by Chile, number 7, Alexis Baraza.
Chile has or Argentina, excuse me, has a number of players that have not yet even played on the floor. This gives them some opportunities for international game experience.
Staldi. Gather it in. Stupinengo. Boxed in by 2 Chilean opponents, Baraza and Flores. Argentina ball. 1 minute and a half left in this third quarter. And as previously advertised, Captain Matias Cardoso is back with us. Cardoso gets the throw from Stupinengo. The give and go. It's something they practiced. Force backwards. And the hit comes in from Rodriguez.
Oh, like vultures swiping at that ball.
Stupinengo, as the shot clock runs down to 7 to 6. Whatever they're going to do, they need to do it in a hurry. Well, the shot clock is going to beat them. We're down to the last second and we're out of time.
Oh, a timeout was called with 1 second remaining. Shot clock will go back up.
Shot clock will be set to 15.
That is their 4th and final timeout. Last minute of play in the third quarter.
As the announcer just noted, the final timeout called by Argentina.
With exactly 60 seconds left in this third quarter, it'll be Argentina inbound. Always looking for the captain, Cardoso.
Lost control of the ball, but retained possession.
David correctly identified, still Argentine ball here. Cardoso maneuvering, collects the ball just outside the key. Just a little dink pass inside. And over goes Gastaldi. 38-9 in favor of Argentina. Loose ball picked up brilliantly by Cardozo. Terrific maneuverability by Cardozo. It's what we came to admire, certainly in the early stages of the game. That's why he's El Capitan.
Official was just providing a warning to the Argentinians as far as not allowing contact before the whistle is blown. Next time that happens, it'll be a penalty.
Picked off by Stupenengo. And the big hit comes in from Flores. Cardozo maneuvers his way out of trouble. Gains one way, goes the other.
Again, trying to take time off the clock before they score.
Just 7 seconds left in the quarter. And Argentina move effortlessly into the 40s. The clock runs down. Final second. And end of the third quarter. Cardozo taking his personal tally to 14 goals at the end of the third quarter. Again, very much Argentina in the ascendancy. They lead their South American rivals, Chile, at the three-quarter mark by 40 goals to 9. Well, Chile looked a little livelier in this third quarter, didn't they, David?
Yeah, they showed a bit of spark, a bit of creativity. But Argentina was just as quick to respond, maintain their healthy, substantial lead.
There again amongst the goals, he now has 12. And for every sliver of hope for Chile, back come the Argentinians and score a couple more, even when they're short-handed, which they were on a couple of occasions in that third period. And it almost seems that that's, you know, a more even battle. But the other thing I think we saw in that third period was that Argentina introducing some of the less experienced players.
Yes. This fourth quarter, I think Chile really needs to set some tangible goals for themselves.
So what's a tangible goal, David, for them in this fourth period?
Last night they were able to score, I think, a total of 12 goals. Don't know if that's a realistic effort for tonight. But I think what they have to do is break the game into small chunks and say, these 2 minutes, we're going to win. This 5-minute segment, we're going to win.
Well, they will start the fourth quarter with 9. So they're 3 short of their total from that opening loss to Colombia. So maybe that is, as you say, it would be a little moral victory if they can get past that number in the next 8 minutes. Firstly, there is some defending to do. Cardozo maneuvers his way to the right. He's back inside and then hands it off for the goal for Stupenengo.
Chile's Navarro, who kind of spearheaded that comeback at the start of the half, was off injured, it appeared. Was icing his shoulders for a lot of the second part of the third quarter. but he's back on the bench, so perhaps we'll see him come back in and provide a bit more of that spark to Chile that we saw earlier today.
Two of them got in each other's way there, unfortunately. That was Flores coming together with a teammate. It might have been Rodriguez. And that stopped their own movement forward because there was a moment there where they could have had a breakout.
The chairs got hooked up on one another there.
Well, there's never very much room to maneuver at the best of times in this game unless you've got somebody with genuine pace.
And that's really what separates the average player from the special one.
Flores for Chile. They will.
Another turnover.
Receiving Cardozo. Exchanging passes. In to make the hit. Barraza. Did well.
12 seconds. Argentina not able to get the ball past halfway. Those are the sort of things that Chile needs to really build upon. Recognize as building blocks.
Just those little moments of encouragement for Chile. Turning is Rodriguez.
So in that particular instance, the Chilean player went down the sideline too far before entering the court. Line violation called by the official.
So Argentina pick up possession. Good strength from Cardozo. Forward for Gastaldi.
Good hustle by Chile coming back and defending. Chile has not lost their enthusiasm.
There's three of them there.
Oh,
He still
what a
managed
pass.
to get it away with
What a
Cardozo.
pass.
Over the shoulder pass. Cardozo was
Oh,
there.
and he's
then the
rewarded
return.
for it.
And they will score. Terrific move from the Argentinians, from Gastaldi, who scored it in the end. But there seemed no way out of that corner, didn't there?
No, I don't know how he saw the players when he made that pass.
Barraza with a bit of speed.
Better grab it before 12.
Flores.
Very good, very good.
Flores takes the hit.
Nice
From
pass by
Cardozo.
Flores. Oh,
He picks up the loose ball. Delivers. Turnover.
that's great.
Barraza now for Chile. It's all getting very stretched, and Barraza will run it in.
And a little bit of emphasis on that goal. Perhaps showing some of the frustration, but also perhaps showing a bit of the spark that is possible with this team.
Chile into double figures. Too short of last night's total.
So as I said earlier, 10 was too little when I set that goal for them.
Over goes Nicolas Stupaniengo. In the key area.
Showing how the hitting behind the axle of the wheel can be such a dangerous move.
Got caught by Juan Rodriguez, the Chilean captain.
Inadvertent contact, however, so no penalty called. Just looking at the player's shoulder. Not sure what that magical elixir was. Seems to have worked.
Chile pick it up. Their own key. Out of play.
So neither of the referees saw the call. So they're calling jump ball, possession arrow. Goes to Chile.
Help ball. Possession arrow to Chile.
Barraza, Rodriguez, manoeuvre down the right-hand side, came back inside. Pass it at some stage, pass it or dribble.
Nice outlet pass.
Find Baraza.
Was able to corral it safely. Jump ball called. Both players had possession of the ball at the same time. Foa coming back in for Argentina. As I mentioned earlier, president of the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation.
There he is in the center of your picture there. "37 years young, Juan Foa. Amazes me that he finds time to play with all the administration that must go with the job as well.
Certainly it's people like him that have really helped develop the sport in the entire Americas region, but certainly and predominantly from his perspective anyways in the South America region.
Well, every region, every country needs its own Pied Piper to fight the good fight, I suppose.
Teams have recently also been created in Peru, Paraguay, Mexico. There's a great future for wheelchair rugby in South America.
Well, that's an interesting point you make. I mean, you think about the origins of the sport itself back in Winnipeg in '77 with Canada. I mean, how long have these South American teams been playing the game? Have they had any sort of program for the sport? I mean, which gives us a clearer indication of the distance between the quality of the North Americans and the South Americans.
Well, certainly they're far newer than Canada's, the United States program. I think also, too, the quality of rehabilitation. Again, the majority of these players have sustained spinal cord injuries in their late teens, early 20s. And it's the quality of the rehabilitation program and then the ability to afford and participate in recreational sport that then leads to the elite sport excellence. That's coming in the Americas region, but certainly not perhaps to the same level as in Canada and the United States.
Here's Cardozo with yet another goal for the Argentines. You talked about rehabilitation, you talked about the expense of that, but then you talk about entering a sport like this recreationally. But then if you want to play at the elite level, which is what we're watching now, I mean, these wheelchairs don't come cheap, do they?
And that certainly is one of the significant barriers of parasport in general, is the cost of equipment, but specific to wheelchair rugby, yes, it's a significant factor. You know, we're talking thousands of dollars for recreational.
So how does an individual get around that? I mean, is that completely dependent on you know, benefactors or sponsorships in the particular countries to get these guys to a level where they can compete internationally?
Yeah, well, it's a combination of those things. Certainly the Paralympic, the National Paralympic Committees have a role to play in trying to source funding to enable the purchasing of equipment. The difficulty is they're not mass produced, and as you can see, they are so specific to the individual player and can't be mass produced. And so the costs associated with them are significant.
The unit cost is obviously very high.
And as you can also tell, they don't last very long.
Madriaga in. Scores for Chile. Yeah. Do you have any idea? I mean, as we have another look at the goal here for Madriaga, despite the efforts of Cardozo to keep him out. I mean, is there an average lifespan of one of these sports wheelchairs in this particular sport, as you say? I mean, is it months, years, weeks?
Probably depends on the quality of the chair, but also the style of play and just how good of a welder you are. But no, you know, a good chair, a couple years perhaps.
Really? Novoa, been impressive in this cause for Chile, embodying the spirit. As soon as we say something complimentary about him, he turns it over. The nature of the beast. Argentina cruise in at the other end to extend the lead, and they approach the 50-goal mark. But Chile, with that goal a few moments ago, have at least matched their total last night against Colombia.
So I think Chile has to take solace in that, but now also set a higher bar, and hopefully let's look for 14 goals from them for tonight, perhaps, as a goal.
Turning is Cardoso. Cardoso levelly away from Madriaga.
Lovely play.
And then the unselfish pass
Yes.
to Arancet.
Watch this upper pass, able to corral it in. Quick one.
Less than 3.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. No look pass again for Arancet. This time he finds Navoa blocking his path. Forced away the dribble. But he needs a little bit of help because there's a lot of traffic in his way. Good burst of speed from Arancet. Well done.
Great power. He is for a relative new player, showing great power. Foresight to get in there.
The power is generated principally from the power in the arms, I would imagine, to get yourself not just going, but going at pace quickly to build up that speed.
Certainly, and the bigger muscle groups in the body are from the upper back and the shoulders as opposed to the triceps and the arms. So
really,
you'll see players leaning over to get more power so they can then transfer that into their arms, pushing on the wheels. And that's where the different disabilities and the level of disability plays a role in the ability to transfer that power into the arms and push on the wheels.
You mentioned also the point, just following that particular theme there, that we have amputees playing here, but some of them, and we were watching Herrera, for example, has terrific speed, and yet he's an amputee. I mean, it kind of beggars belief that he can generate that speed, and yet he's missing the limbs.
Agreed. That's one of the things that fascinates me about parasport in general, and certainly wheelchair sports specifically, is the creativity and the adaptability to their own circumstance, and then translating that into athletic excellence.
Ignacio Arancet again. Argentina just one short of the 50-goal mark. 5 goals for Arancet now. Looking hungry. Looking like he wants some more.
Nice to see him back on the floor after that injury we saw earlier in the game with the ice pack on his shoulders. Hang on. Oh, just not able to hold on to the ball.
Look at the frustration.
Showing his frustration.
Look at the frustration. That's how much it means, and that's great to see.
Yeah, they're clearly not going to win the game, but still, they definitely want to perform. They've obviously got goals set for themselves as a team.
No defense here. And Arancet again. Cruises between the pylons. And Argentina pile up 50 goals.
Argentina's looking very strong tonight.
Twice as many as they did last night against the Americans. 2:21 left in the game. Tracking back quickly was Cardoso. Comes away with the ball. Great spin away from Madriaga. Cushion pass for Arancet. He's going to go in the corner, is he? Yes, he is. Suddenly Ignacio Arancet can't stop scoring every time the ball is in the offensive line. He seems to be the one on the end of it.
He's had a fabulous fourth quarter.
Ready to make make some substitutions, Chile and also the Argentines. 3 for the men in red.
Substitutions for both teams. Coming into the game for Chile, number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 6, Juan Rodriguez. And number 10,
Silva, Rodriguez, and Flores on the floor. I think Colombo entering or re-entering the game for Argentina.
Return pass was made too close to the sideline. He had nowhere to go.
So Argentina take over. Pantin Colombo back on court. Duly rested, I'm sure. In the corner goes Nascimento.
Argentina goal, scrum number 13, Brian Nascimento.
Just over a minute remaining. Chile still tantalizingly close to breaking the number of goals they scored last night. It would be, you feel, something of a moral victory.
Agreed.
If they could get to 13.
They're going to get called for 10. Oh, and they did get the
They
goal.
got there. In round the back, almost unspotted, was Juan Rodriguez. A nice psychological moment. They all just
snuck it in.
yeah. Everybody thought everybody had some of them covered, but there was just enough room at the far pylon for Rodriguez. Meanwhile, at the other end, the goal for Cardoso, the Argentine captain, who takes his personal tally now to 16.
Cardoso's had a strong game.
The kick coming in from Flores. And then trying to find a way through Rodriguez. And they do find a way through.
This flurry of goals in the final 2 minutes for Chile.
Well, the initial foray through, and then Opazo managed to just get those wheels across the goal line. The other end.
Oh, he did not have possession.
Carry it in. Mistake by Nascimento. He was all alone, but he needed to gain control of the ball before those wheels crossed the end line. Last seconds of the contest. Can they score one more? Can they get it up to 15? They're going to try. The clock is going to beat them. It's over. Big win for Argentina. Their first win of these 2015 Parapan Games. 13 more goals in the fourth period. Chile were game, but they were generally outclassed throughout from start to finish. And they are now 0 for 2 as Argentina win this all South American rivalry over Chile by 53 goals to 14. Hello from the Canadian city of Mississauga, just west of Toronto, and a very warm welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Parapan American Games in the preliminary round of wheelchair rugby. It is day 2, and coming up, one of the powerhouses of the sport, the United States of America, up against one of the best of the South Americans in the Brazilians. Previous results, well, the US won their opening game at a canter, seeing off the Argentinians by 70 goals to 25. Brazil will be looking for their first victory after losing their opener to the world number 2 Canada by 65 to 32. So, David Legg, it would appear that the Americans have set out as they mean to do and are looking for a second victory. Obviously looking strong at this stage of the competition.
Ladies and gentlemen,
time for the announcement of the teams of the United States and Brazil.
Rob Deller. Number 4, Adam Scaturo. Number 5, Chuck Aoki. Number 6, Jeff Butler. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 8, Ernie Chun. Number 9, Eric Newby. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. Number 11, Seth McBride. Number 12, Chad Cohn. Number 14, Joe Delagrave. Number 21, Clayton Brackett. Head coach for the United States is James Gumbers.
Representando le Brésil y representando a Brasil.
And now, representing Brazil, number 1, Gilson Jr. Number 2, Lucas Duquera. Number 3, Anderson Kais. Number 4, Jose Hao Guster. Number 5, Alexandra Tanaguchi. Number 6, Jose Ishidu. Number 7, Bruno Damasceno. Number 8, Rafael Hoffman. Number 9, Navi Abreu. Number 10, Luis Fernando Cavalli. Number 11, Moises Batista. Number 12, Alexandra Giuriatu. Head coach for Brazil, Luis Gustavo Pena.
Les arbitres pour ce match sont los árbitros de este partido son
the referees for this evening's match from Great Britain, Brian Ward, and from Australia, Gabe Caligiuri.
l'allemand de départ pour les États-Unis. La formation initiale des Estados Unidos.
The starting lineups for this evening's match for the United States. Number 5, Chuck Aoki. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. And number 11, Seth McBride.
L'allemand de départ pour le Brésil. La formation initiale de Brasil.
And starting for Brazil, number 1, Gilson Jr. Number 5, Alexandra Tanaguchi. Number 8, Rafael Hoffman. And number 12, Alexandra Giuriatu.
Day 2 of wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan Am Games. Third game of the night at the Mississauga Sports Center. Getting the world number 3, the United States of America, against one of the top South American teams, perhaps, David Legg, the top South American team in Brazil.
Certainly the most developed team in the Southern Hemisphere. Approximately 8 to 10 clubs. That's probably twice as many as most other countries in South America. Brazil spending a fair bit of investment in the last couple of years to get this team prepared. It's still a relatively new team, but because they're hosting the Paralympic Games in 2016, and as that happens, Brazil gets an automatic qualifier for the tournament. So they don't want to embarrass themselves, and they want to make sure they have a good showing.
It's a very good point you make, because not only are Brazil automatic qualifiers for the 2016 Paralympic Games, as we see the referee Brian Ward from Great Britain, but the gold medalists at this tournament also get that automatic berth into Rio in 2016 for the Paralympic Games. So it's not just medals here, but there's also the future to look towards.
There's a lot more at stake. than simply even the medals at this tournament. Exactly. Qualification for the Paralympic Games in 2016.
Brazil in those green and yellow jerseys get away to a fast start. The opening goal from Alexandra Taniguchi.
We very quickly saw two of the stars on each team, Taniguchi and Aoki, who was trying to stop them from scoring on that first goal by Brazil.
Josh Wheeler at the other end is quickly in with the tying goal for the United States. Where's number 10? The 4 starters, 4 from the 12-man roster, or 12-person roster, we should say, because this is a mixed-gender sport, although neither the United States nor Brazil have any female competitors on their particular rosters. Yamaguchi again. United States in those white jerseys. You'll see a lot of hard hits throughout this game, but there is no question that...
nice pass by Taniguchi.
For Giretto.
Watch Taniguchi. You can either take it, you can dish it, chooses to pass.
Brazil back in front in short order. There's no question that over the period of wheelchair rugby, as we see Chuck Aoki going in for another goal, tied up again at 2s, that the United States have been one of the leading lights of wheelchair rugby almost since its inception. They call it quad rugby there as well, don't they?
Exactly. So while the Canadians invented it, certainly the United States took a hold of it quickly. They by far have the most developed club system in the world. Probably close to 30 teams playing across the country.
Alexandre Giretto, some running repairs for the Brazilian, 33 years of age. He is a 3.0 sport class, and perhaps it's worth just explaining that of the 4 players on the court at any one time, that sport classification, David, cannot exceed 8.0. Just briefly explain that for us.
So the player with the most physical function would be classified as a 3.5, and the player with the least physical function would be classified as a 0.5. And you're correct, of the 4 players on the floor, they cannot exceed a total of 8 points.
So you can't just throw any 4 out there. You have to do the math before you decide who
Exactly.
who are part of that quartet.
Exactly, and coaches will often put players into pairs that equal 4. So a 2 and a 2, 2.5 and a 1.5, etc. And they'll trade those players in and out together.
Loose ball, it'll go into touch. Brazil will get the put in. See on the far side there, the shot clock briefly. And each team from a restart. From their own goal line has 40 seconds to execute the move and score a goal.
The United States had 4 players defending the key, which is an infraction, and therefore there will be a 1-minute penalty. Penalty will be completed either once the minute expires or if a goal is scored.
So Josh Wheeler into the penalty box, and the penalty will expire with the goal. Scored by Davi Abreu. And the Americans find themselves behind again, but only briefly. Quickly through to tie it up is Josh Wheeler. And it's already evident, isn't it, David, that Josh Wheeler has quite a turn of speed.
Does he ever? Timeout called by Brazil before Taniguchi got pushed out of bounds, which he would have turned the ball over. Smart call.
So timeout for the Brazilians, called over to the bench by the coach, Luis Gustavo Peña. And the restart comes from behind the goal line You are permitted 12 seconds to get it into opposition territory across half court. And 40 seconds in total to execute the move. Score the goal at the other end. So shot clocks are very much a part of wheelchair rugby. Brazil inbound. In for Girato, finding Taniguchi. Away from Wheeler. Long ball from Taniguchi.
Great
perfectly
pass.
played.
Great pass. Right on the money.
And Girato in to score and restore the Brazilians' lead.
Watch this pass from Taniguchi. Pinpoint accuracy, hitting the player in full stride.
Two bounces into the path of Girato. Quickly, the United States tie it up again. 6:21 remaining in the first quarter. 3 goals already for Josh Wheeler. In total, there are 4 8-minute quarters. 2-minute break between the first and second quarter and third and fourth, and then we get a 5-minute break at half-time.
Another timeout called by Brazil in order to avoid the turnover from a 12-second time clock violation, getting it over half court. I'm not sure the United States expected it to be this tight so early.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because the Brazilians lost their opening game to Canada, 65-32. The Americans were all over Argentina, 70-25. But certainly the Brazilians have come to play, no question about that.
We've got a game on our hands.
Junqueira inbound for Abreu. Abreu up the sideline. Stopped by Aoki. Shot clock down to 12. Now to 10.
I had to call another timeout. They've already burned 3 timeouts in the first half of this quarter.
Shrug of the shoulders from the coach. But so far, Brazil holding their own against the world number 3 Americans. And Taniguchi here on the ball is one of the reasons why. Could be in again here, forced wide, turning quickly, good ball
Great
inside.
pass.
Taniguchi quickly again inside to Abreu. And Brazil back in front.
Watch this. Quick, no look. Caught the U.S. sleeping.
Reminding you, the whole of the chair doesn't have to be over the goal line. Just the front 2 wheels is good enough to be considered a goal.
Any 2 wheels, with the exception of those 2 smaller wheels, which are the tip wheels in the back.
You can and you will see goals backed in, literally, from time to time. Taniguchi, already influential for Brazil. Picked off by Aoki. Aoki the pass forward.
Perfect
for
pass
Wheeler.
by Aoki. Perfect pass.
And for the first time, I believe, the Americans in front by 6 goals to 5. Abreu looking for the exit strategy, finds it in the form of Girato. 2 ahead of him, over half court. Girato, the dribble. And the fumble. From Abreu. Going to tie it up again. And Aoki will score and extend the Americans' lead to 2.
The U.S. has been aggressively pressing the Brazilians every time they score, but the Brazilians, so far anyways, have been able to break their press.
2 goals for Abreu, 2 for Girato. And the other for Taniguchi.
I spoke too soon.
Forcing his way through. Seth McBride. His first goal.
Taniguchi finds himself in a bind.
So 3 the margin. Just around 4.5 minutes remaining in this first quarter.
Timeout called by the United States.
We'll have the ball possession when we resume.
Substitutions for both teams coming in the game for Brazil.
And both teams taking the opportunity to make some substitutions during this timeout. Peyton Brackett, 21 for Americans. Eric Newby is in as well now, number 9. Eric Newby helped himself to no less than 16 goals in that opening victory for the Americans. So watch out for number 9 for the US. He'll be hungry to add to that tally. Damasceno is a 7 for the Brazilians. Might need some help here.
Oh,
He'll back himself in.
That's an example right there what you were talking about earlier. That was great patience by the Brazilian. Knowing he was going to get hit, held on strong, was able to back in. Americans already trying to bottle up the Brazilians before they even throw the ball in. Taniguchi breaks free.
So
He's in tough.
Over half court with some speed from Taniguchi, gets hit by
This goal
Della.
all started with Taniguchi knowing he was going to get hit just as he crossed the center line. Laid himself out though to make the pass that then led to the second pass for the goal.
And Abreu was in. Finish off the move effectively. Trying to collect it in was Damasceno.
Brazil's playing very well. They've come to play hard tonight.
Just 2 between them. Less than 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Newby turning.
US setting up a play. All 3 of them will come in together. Full speed.
The screen and Newby looking to get through. It's good defense.
Defender was out of bounds.
Managed to crowd out Newby.
Right there, number 6 playing out of bounds.
Brazil foul on number 6, Jose. Foul for
US with a man advantage. We'll wait till they find their opening.
To drop Della. And for Newby.
Easy
Around
ball.
the back. And the Americans into double figures.
So you'll notice the US players already positioning themselves prior to the ball even being.
I know often we see them either side to side or back to back in these situations when they're inbound from behind the goal line. What's the strategy there, David?
Well, what they're trying to do is block off potential passing lanes for when the ball is inbounded. And there's an example right there where the Brazilian player was, the reason the ball was turned over is because there was contact prior to the whistle. Because the Brazilian player was trying to get away from the American player who was trying to box him in prior to the ball being passed.
Here comes the 3-man again. The screen as Newby tries to find a way through.
The US player just rammed the Brazilian out of bounds, causing another infraction that number 4 will now have to serve.
Newbie cross, but no goal. They will play short-handed for a moment or two.
You can feel that hit up here in your bones.
I think the table rocked in front of us. Gunda is in the penalty box for the time being, so the Brazilian short-handed. So some desperate defending needed to go on. He can't come back until there's a goal scored. There may be one right here. And there is indeed. It's crossed by Rob Della.
The last 2 minutes has been a bit of a lull for the Brazilian team. They need to return to that earlier spark that they had when the game started.
Well, they certainly came out all guns blazing, but they're expending a lot of energy in that just short period of the game. Taniguchi is going to get hit. Manages to get the pass away nonetheless.
Taniguchi's so strong with that ability to pass to the front court.
Blocked
Great
off.
hustle.
Damasceno. Can they force it in? Taniguchi coming wide. Damasceno holding on.
Oh, trying to get the corner, not able to do so. He needs to come out though, because he's going to be in the key for 10 seconds.
And there you go.
And he was.
Just couldn't force it. Find a passing lane.
So offensive players are only allowed to remain in that key for 10 seconds. Much like a 3 in the key violation in basketball.
Della with room on that left-hand side. Comes inside. Then this pace.
What a block.
Damasceno is blocked off.
Like a pulling guard in a football game. Coming around.
I'll give you a picture there.
Laying the boom and letting the running back just run through the empty hole.
There's Newby with the hit, which allowed Della in unobstructed.
Once again, Taniguchi with pinpoint accuracy. Impressive.
12-8 in favor of the Americans. Less than 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Day 2 of wheelchair rugby. Rock'em sock'em stuff. And here comes Della again. Round Newby. And coasts home for a 13th goal for the Americans.
Taniguchi has to call an equipment timeout. He was having wheel problems even coming back on defense, I noticed there.
As you can see, the mechanical wizards are on to assist Taniguchi.
We've mentioned this in earlier games, but it's worth repeating. As equipment managers are likely the most important people on the bench. They have to be able to get out on the court, make the equipment change within 1 minute. Otherwise, the player has to be substituted for. And once the game ends, games don't end for the equipment managers. They need to rebuild these chairs for the next day's game.
So it's a long haul for the equipment managers, the unsung heroes of all these 6 competing nations. Canada and the United States, and the 4 South Americans. Taniguchi will have to hurry. Gets across the end line to reduce the arrears to 5. Della will get us underway again. Long pass looking for Newby, finds him. Well, that's route 1 as they call it in other sports. Straight from Della to Newby. And a simple goal for the Americans. Big hit from Newby. Taniguchi picks up the loose ball. Trying to find a passing lane or a moving lane. The ball ahead, that's clever stuff.
No, look behind the back pass.
Higuino in to score. Ends up on his side.
It looked to me that was an inadvertent.
Let's have another look. Higuino got there, and then tipped himself over.
Yeah.
The goal, I assume, will
Watch
stand.
this pass.
That's brilliant. Well, it's entertainment. That's what it is. No shortage of entertainment, no shortage of goal scoring in this game.
He's got to watch the back of his head.
Jose Higuino is upright once again.
Yeah.
14-10 with a minute remaining in the first quarter. Americans on top, but David, perhaps not by as many as they expected to be.
No, I would agree. I think Brazil has perhaps surprised them with how tough they've been.
Newby playing some defense. Della over halfway. Della with room and time. The Americans take a 5-goal advantage. 51 seconds remaining in the quarter. Clock shot still running. Tamaguchi out of defense. Will he try the long ball this time? Got to get over halfway first. Does now, but there's no one there.
No magic this time from Tamaguchi.
This time. Newby in field.
Nice aggressive defense by Brazil. U.S. holding the ball, hopefully for a score just before the end of the quarter so that they can then retain possession of the ball to start the second.
Just a matter of seconds, 15 seconds and counting.
U.S. will try and score with 2 seconds left on the clock.
A lot of bodies to get through. We'll just hold it there, hold it, and over he goes with 4 seconds remaining. And Newby the scorer. So can the Brazilians respond before the end of the first period? And they cannot. So a well-contested first quarter between the Americans and the Brazilians, who certainly in the first 3 or 4 minutes gave as good as they've got, and they certainly haven't let the Americans run away with this in the first quarter. And at the end of the first period, it is the US over Brazil by 16-10.
What you're seeing on the big screen is the bongo drum. We're still having a good time right now. Are you having a good time?
As we said, nothing wrong with the Brazilian approach in the early going. They certainly were not going to be intimidated by the Americans, were they, David?
Not at all. The Brazilians came to play tonight. I was very much impressed with their level of intensity, the aggression that they showed, and they did not back down.
Early success for Josh Wheeler, who ends the first period with 5 goals for his credit from the Americans' 16. But it is 16-10 in favor of the Americans after the first quarter. Day 2 at the Mississauga Sports Centre. It is wheelchair rugby, the Americans in white and the Brazilians in those green and yellow vests. 16-10 in favour of the Americans. New faces for the second quarter. Number 4, Adam Scaturo. 8 is Ernie Chun. 10, Josh Wheeler has 5 goals, and Seth McBride, number 11. Josh Wheeler in for another goal as the Americans extend their advantage to 7. Brazilians have Gilson Jr., Jose Hino, Bruno Damasceno, and Moises Batista on the court to start this second period.
Oh! U.S. player made a great defensive play, but then went out of bounds.
Damasceno was trying to force his way through. Here's Batista. is Bruno Damisano. Quick break though by the Americans at the other end.
Yeah. Oh,
Ernie Chan.
desperation defensive play.
Penalty goal awarded to the United States. Number 8, Ernie Chan. Foul on Brazil was for holding.
Well, as you say, there's no questioning the determination there of Damisano.
No. That was
Ended up
strong
on his
effort.
side, but he couldn't stop Ernie Chan from running in an 18th goal for the Americans. And the ever-busy equipment manager had to make sure that Damisano and his chariot are fit for duty. Here comes Damisano, looking for the quick pass over halfway, does well. Higuino. Did he go in alone, Higuino? Is there room? There isn't. He's going to have to turn. His teammates has gone down quite heavily on that right shoulder, I believe. It's Damisano again, who's kind of getting in the wars a little here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's Junior Gilson.
They're taking their lumps.
You're upright once again, strapped in, ready to go. You're right, they do take their lumps, David, but it's remarkable to me how quickly they are, back at it and ready to roll again.
I agree. No pause at all.
There's no arguing, there's no protesting, they just get me up, let me roll.
Yep. U.S. player went out of bounds on the baseline.
Into the penalty box comes Josh Wheeler. So the Americans short-handed. 4 on 3.
Took his
Hit.
hit.
But the goal
Made the
stands
good
nonetheless
pass.
from Batista. 6 goals the deficit. Seth McBride is going to get a big hit here. The 2 number 11s, McBride and Batista, come together.
And watch those American players pounce right away as soon as the goal scored.
Have another look at the hit here.
Certainly no lack of effort there. Oh!
Once again,
The
Wheeler,
intensity
Batista.
has just been racked up.
Going to be McBride in unchallenged, and that's becoming something of a rarity because we've seen some very, very big hits at the start of this second quarter. McBride takes his personal tally to 3.
Americans setting up their press. Getting ready to challenge the Brazilians all the way down the court. No inches given.
Remember, from this restart, the Brazilians have 12 seconds to get the ball over half court and into American territory. That's the first objective. But in the meantime,
And then 40 seconds by which to score. Boom.
Here is that big hit that we saw a moment ago. Didn't stop McBride going over for the goal, but Batista did his damnedest. Batista again.
I've been
Bothered
impressed
by
with the
Ernie
Brazilians
Chan.
passing tonight. Look at that, 2 in a row that have led to a goal.
Higuino in. 7 the deficit. 6:21 left in the quarter. Batista the ball ahead. Picked up on the fly by Higuino. Damisano has been on his side a couple of times, but he's catching the eye and he's getting to a ton of work for the Brazilians. Ball forward from Wheeler. Finds McBride. stopped by Aguino. Reaching in. Not any contact in arms.
Look at this hustle.
Kept in play, ball is loose. Picked up by McBride. Needs some help. It's a great pass. And in goes Wheeler again. 21-13. Wheeler takes his personal contribution to 7 goals. And he is clearly a man on a mission, David.
Yeah, he's playing a hard-fought game.
From this distance, I'm not sure if it's that easy to see on television, but just looking at some of the backs of those Brazilian shirts, Aguino in particular, there is sweat pouring down the back of his vest. This is hardcore, let's put it that way. Trying to think of a better description. Another one for Wheeler. 22-13 for the Americans. Ranked 3rd in the world, and it's maybe worth mentioning that I believe I'm right in saying the Brazilians are somewhere at about 19 in the world, around about the 20 mark. So,
agreed, that's exactly where they are.
So on paper, there is a big disparity between the quality between these squads.
No, I would say Brazil is punching way above their weight tonight. This is the strongest I've seen them.
Batista. Sport classification is 3.0.
So again, there's a variety of types of disabilities that the different players will have. Game originated primarily for persons who had quadriplegia, but now you'll see athletes with amputations, cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy. They just must have an impact on all 4 limbs.
Pass from Wheeler for McBride. Weaving his way, McBride.
Nice pass.
And the little pass over the top.
Lovely play.
Wheeler there to finish it off. And a 10-point lead. That might be the biggest of the Americans' advantage so far. So slowly but surely.
It seems like a closer game.
Slowly but surely, though, the Americans beginning to assert their authority, aren't
yes. They? Yeah, the United States clearly the stronger team.
Tamaguchi.
Brazil not giving them
Batista.
anything.
Well, he collected the ball, but couldn't keep his balance. And as he tipped over, lost the ball as well. Well, this is probably the most physical game we've seen, certainly tonight. The original contact came from Wheeler.
Yeah, this is by far the roughest game we've seen this tournament.
It's a game like this that makes one understand why it was originally nicknamed Murder Ball, doesn't it?
The name does seem appropriate.
It certainly does in this game. Here's Wheeler again for the Americans. Ripped from his grasp.
Substitution for Brazil. Coming in for number 11, Moises Batista.
Substitution coming in is Alexandre Girato.
The Brazilian defense is
for Batista.
It's constant, and it seems like it almost builds upon itself.
Turning is McBride. Again, a little weave from McBride. Then the pass, the dribble.
Oh, what a smooth play by McBride.
At pace, precise movement from McBride. Josh McBride has 4 goals now.
Oh, thought he had the corner. He got cut off. Big hit from the side, almost got knocked out of bounds.
Girato forced backwards by Wheeler.
Was able to keep the ball in bounds, smart play.
Tries the other side of the court. Girato falls wide again. Shot clock down to
Tamaguchi's got to see the man behind him. Tamaguchi's got to get out of the key. Yeah, 10 seconds.
The Just remind us of that. The offensive player is allowed.
So they can
10
only remain
seconds.
in the key for 10 seconds.
Key, what resembles a sort of a penalty box, if you think, I suppose, of soccer, between the pylons. The offensive player has got to do his business quickly in there.
Correct.
Inbound from the Americans. He picked up by Chuck Aoki.
Aoki hasn't been on the court for a while.
But he's back with a vengeance and
Well
scores
rested.
another. Quarter century for the Americans.
Yeah, the United States slowly showing their dominance, taking the game over.
Well, it's beginning to resemble a score more in keeping with what we expected before these two teams came on court, isn't it? But I think also the Brazilians will take encouragement from what they've managed to achieve thus far.
Oh, agreed. If Brazil isn't successful in this game, I still think their performance so far will position them well for a strong running for the semifinals.
Junqueira back on the court for the Brazilians. Wearing 2. The bust his way through is Aoki. There's the dribble. And once again found that lane to goal. No celebration, straight back into it. Aoki matches up with an opponent, looking to block the Brazilian passing lanes. Aoki turns quickly, trying to find a little bit of space for himself. Disciplined defending from the Americans. Every time Aoki turns, there's another white jersey there. The idea was right. Chun. Probably the easiest goal he'll score all night.
As we've noticed over and over and over again, so indicative. Turnovers, they just kill you.
Very costly, 10 for the Brazilians, just 1 for the Americans. Taniguchi couldn't corral it. Out of bounds on that far side. Brazil inbound. Junqueira. Another turnover. It's time for Joe Delagrave.
Well, the U.S. player calls timeout. That was a smart call. Knew he was being tied up in a tight spot.
James finds time to smile. And his team leading 27-13. The Americans can afford not exactly a leisurely timeout, but they know they're in a more commanding position now. They're building up that head of steam.
Yeah. That profile, just a Joe Delagrave showing the physical dominance that he can exhibit on the court. Long arms, tall player, strong. Seeing it right now. His ability to pass over top of other players.
Aoki. It's noticeable now that the Americans stretching that lead. They're now more than double the Brazilians. As we approach the end of the second quarter, getting close to half-time, less than 2 minutes remaining. But this is a sweet move from the Brazilians until the white shirts reappear. Taniguchi.
Nice move by Taniguchi. Oh, he wasn't able to get in though. Nice pass.
And the American chairs there to block.
Oh, he's gonna get. as I was just mentioning, Delagrave with that long wingspan, able to knock the ball away to Aoki.
And check Aoki on the counter-attack with absolutely no pressure on him. As the Americans inch towards the 30-goal mark. Scored 70 last night in their opening game against Argentina. I suppose if they continue to score at this rate, they'll be well on target for another 60-plus game. Hoffman for Brazil. Coming across to smash him is Aoki.
Oh, no goal. Brazilian player was out of bounds. What happened was the U.S. players pushed Taniguchi out of bounds. You could see there at the baseline, resulting in no goal for Brazil.
Aoki with the big hit on Hoffman.
And once again, Hoffman willing to just sit there and take the hit.
Saw it coming, waited till the last minute, and passed the ball.
And we've talked about how wheelchair rugby is similar to so many other sports, and a perfect example right there. That's the quarterback standing in the pocket, knowing they're going to get just pounded, but still making that throw. You can see the marks on his forehead from that hit.
Quick transition from the Americans. Here is Delagrave. Taking his sweet time to cross the end line, but
allowing his teammates to get set up for the press.
It's not just about scoring goals, it's about pressuring your opponents into their own half, but they found an exit here. They may well score here, did score as well. Alexandre Giuliato did well to keep his balance, keep his nerve, because the white jerseys were closing in fast.
It initially looked like it'd be an easy goal, but the Americans came back.
Delagrave almost tipped him over. At the other end, here is Joe Delagrave again. Last 30 seconds of the first half. And they'll take the time off the clock and run it down to 3 or 4 seconds to play. Closer to 0 if they can manage it.
Here they come with their set play, just pound it down. That's just a pure power play right there.
Stop there, still 10 seconds. Over they go. Shot stops at 7.
Try and pressure them tight.
All out of play, 4 seconds left in the half.
Still time for the U.S. to get a quick score.
McBride over to inbound.
And a quick throw into the key. Oh, he called the timeout.
Just 1 second remaining in the quarter and in the half.
Referee made a penalty call. The Brazilians had 4 players defending the key.
Into the penalty box is Hoffman. For all of 1 second.
You can still see the marks on Hoffman's forehead from that last.
And does score in the last second, literally in the last second of the half.
Delagrave uses that wingspan once again, just posts himself up, puts his arms up, nobody can come close.
And so the Americans add another goal to the tally. And Delagrave has 2 goals. And the Americans have shown consistency, 16 goals in the first period, 16 more in the second, and at half-time in this wheelchair rugby preliminary round, the US leading Brazil by 32-40. So half-time stats then from this third matchup of the day. United States leading Brazil 32-14. As we've seen often before, David Legg, those turnovers causing Brazil a whole host of problems.
And it's such a dramatic difference. 13 turnovers to only 1 from the United States.
And great discipline and great skill by the Americans that they've only got a single turnover. Let's have a look at some of the goals, some of the big hits in this first half. The Brazilians came out very strong, didn't they?
I agree. They impressed me. This is the best I've ever seen them play.
Slowly but surely, the white jerseys of the Americans began to assume the authority, some acrobatics, some very big hits in this first half. There is one of the big ones.
This is not a game for the faint of heart.
From Damisano, who ended up on his side on more than one occasion. So for that matter did Batista of Brazil. Listen to the hits. Tells you everything you need to know about this game. You've got to have courage amongst many other attributes. Gradually, as the half wore on, the Americans began to extend their lead and exert their authority over the Brazilians. And the white shirts will finally, I think, be well pleased with their first half's work. And they lead Brazil, probably the best of the South Americans. Their realistic goal, perhaps a bronze medal, but also, of course, to improve as much as they can, because they will take part in the 2016 Paralympics as the host nation. Half-time then at the Mississauga Sports Centre. USA 32, Brazil 14. Back at the Mississauga Sports Centre, period 3 after a brief respite for half-time. The white vests of the Americans leading Brazil by 32 goals to 14. Looking to pad that lead in this second half, and having shown their quality, I think, in the first half, David, would you now expect the Americans to kick on in this second half?
Yes, I think so. That score, to me, does not reflect how close the game has felt.
Well, certainly there was no question that first quarter in particular, the Brazilians matched the Americans almost goal for goal, blow for blow, hit for hit. The Americans have slowly and surely eased away from the South Americans.
There has been no shortage of big hits in this game, though.
Eric Newby has 4 goals. The American number 9, he has 5 goals now.
It sounds louder in this game.
Well, as you aptly put it earlier on, almost every hit reverberates around the building. So goodness knows what it's like down there, because we've got to be, what, 60, 70 feet away from the floor itself.
Oh.
Some very, very big hits going in. You know, a log jam just outside the American key. Tamaguchi, Girato, forced to turn.
Time running down on the shot clock.
Just 2 seconds, 1 second. They're blocked off inside the key.
Wasn't able to get it.
Well, that's good disciplined defending again by the Americans.
Very much so, yeah. And they didn't, the U.S. didn't panic and have a penalty. They stuck with their plan.
Hoffman with the inbound. Delagrave forward to Chun.
I have no idea how these chairs survive an entire tournament.
You just wonder somewhere in the bowels of the arena if there's a whole team of people just making new chairs for the next night.
Yeah.
But nobody ever knows about it. We've got a whole team of minions down there working on them. In again goes Eric Newby.
Or they're made of another type of metal that I'm not aware of.
The Americans extend their advantage to 20 points over Brazil. I don't believe we've scored a goal since half-time.
Agreed. Yeah, the United States has really put the clamps on them.
Girato.
12-second time violation.
Didn't get it over half-court.
The defense has certainly amped up their defense.
Chun with the inbound. Newby turning, spinning, looking for a colleague. Finds it in the form of Seth McBride. McBride thought about the pace, offloaded to Delagrave. 36-15. Just around 5.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
The U.S. trying to again create a 12-second delay, getting to half. Looks like the Brazilians will be able to beat that one this time.
Got there this time.
Gets cut off though.
Pass wasn't accurate enough. It was meant for Higino. The fumble. The turnover again. Girato. Facing that wall of white vests, but manages to get in.
Play. Super balance.
Good burst of speed from Girato. Has 5 goals on the night.
Good aggressive defense by Brazil.
Newby.
Oh, strong play by Newby.
Just too high. Penalty against the Brazilians. Girato just scored that spectacular goal. Finds himself in the penalty box. So 4-on-3 in favor of the Americans. turning away from Abreu.
Uses his pick well. Easy goal.
Well, when you say easy goal, David, let's say they make it look easy. I'm not sure there's anything. I'm not sure there's anything easy about this game.
Point taken. Point taken.
McBride picks up the loose ball and runs it home.
Making it look easy. And again, as I said earlier, the game seems tighter than the score indicates it. Perhaps that's because the U.S. makes their goals seem so easy.
Rio twisting and turning, finds Girato, who's out of the penalty box again. Motoring away, Girato.
Nice pass.
And picks out Abreu. Brazil still around half the total. Just less than half the total of the Americans. No sooner we come back live than the Americans are scoring another. This one from Joe Delagrave, whose personal tally is now up to 4 goals.
U.S. having good spread of their goal scoring.
Yeah, Josh Wheeler, we haven't seen him for a little while, has 9. 7 apiece for Aoki and for Newby.
Full-scale substitutions coming on. As I mentioned earlier, they typically get substituted on in groups of 2. So you'll either see 2 come on or 4.
And that goes back to the sport classification, the maths,
Exactly.
to make sure that you've got 8 or less.
That's right. So you've got those matching
On the
pairs.
court. Slowly but surely, it's all beginning to make sense, David.
Oh, if only my students said that.
Leighton Brackett. He dropped Della. And Della's goal takes the Americans into the 40s. Just a little over 4 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter.
Great pass.
And Taniguchi, who has been perhaps the most impressive of the Brazilians.
Yeah, he's had a good game. The Brazilians make an impressive score, but just as quickly the U.S. comes back.
Be the first goal for Brackett. It is. The bearded Clayton Brackett. Maybe he's growing his playoff beard early in anticipation of a medal game, perhaps with the Canadians later in the week.
Taniguchi really is a clever passer.
Scaturo inbound. The aforementioned Brackett gets the hit, but gets the pass away. The Deller uses his speed to extend the American lead.
And the U.S. is starting to pull away, it seems. Brazilians are perhaps tired.
6 goals for Deller on the night. The ball forward. Taniguchi has the pace to outrun his opponents and get the Brazilians into the 20s. Brazil scored 32 in their opening game against Canada last evening.
Oh, nice steal by Taniguchi.
They give it away to Deller in the end.
Ah, not able to capitalize on that.
And away they come again. Brackett adding to his own personal tally quickly. But the Americans continuing to keep their lead at roughly 2-1 over the Brazilians. Damasceno. Inbound from Taniguchi. All the white vests back in defending positions. Now they come for the big hits. Taniguchi blocked off. And they find the pass wide. Taniguchi.
Well played, well played.
Lob pass coming from Higino. And the 1-2 with Taniguchi.
Watch this clever quick pass. Suddenly Brazil, a bit of energy, hard press.
Bracket the long ball
throws
forward.
it over top of Taniguchi. Perfectly placed.
Backing in, there was Adam Scaturo. Well, again, anticipation, weight of pass, and a knowledge of where your teammate's going to be. Picked off by Brackett.
The U.S. is so strong, so
Scaturo in again.
disciplined. They just don't make mistakes.
45-21 for the Americans. Third-ranked team in the world after the Australians and the Canadians.
It's been a long time since the United States has not been the reigning world or Paralympic champions. They definitely want to get back to that pattern.
And if you had to give one reason for that, is that because the rest of the world has caught up with the Americans? Or maybe the Americans are not the vintage they were, say, 5 or 10 years ago?
Let's watch this throw first.
Higino for Taniguchi.
And again, they make it look easy, but that is so hard to do. Nigel, coming back to your question about the U.S., it's probably a bit of both. As we've alluded to earlier, that murder ball team that was profiled in the film in 2004, this is a completely new group of athletes. At the same time, Canada has also gone through its ebbs and flows of players retiring and new players coming into the fold. And Australia has just gotten better and better and better. One player in particular, Riley Batt, who's come on in the last couple of years.
Anderson Kais in for the Brazilians and straight into the action with a couple of big hits, but Brackett will bring it away over half court. And with no one to bother him, Nathan Brackett runs it in alone. 46-22. Could we say that the Brazilians were short-handed on that particular play?
They were indeed.
After 4-on-4 now.
Taniguchi showing speed, but just as equally the U.S. player coming back.
Managed to get the pass away as well. Can they back it in? No, they'll go that way. Well, if at first you don't succeed. Damasceno
Watch this spin. Nice play.
Tried to back it in. Wasn't going that way. So he altered the course of attack.
Oh, got him on the arm that time.
So 46-23, so the Americans exactly 2-1 in favor of goals over their Brazilian rivals. Just over a minute remaining in the third quarter. And back into the sin bin, or the penalty box goes Damasceno. Brackett showing everybody a clean pair of heels.
As they would say in Slapshot, he goes in there, he feels shame.
Inbounding from Brazil, number 3, Anderson Kais. Last minute of play in the third quarter.
Inbound from Kais. Lob pass for Damasceno. Needs to get out of his own half. Does so successfully.
Didn't bounce the ball. That's a mental error that a player on a team like Brazil just cannot make.
Looks to the skies, realizes his error. Realizes too late, Damasceno. You can just see he was head down charging,
Yeah.
and
Saw the goal line.
saw the whites of the going to say the whites of the goalpost, but the yellows of the cones, perhaps. Meanwhile, Brackett content to run down the clock here.
Holding the ball again for that last goal to then retain possession for the subsequent quarter.
A little over 20 seconds remaining. As the Brazilians try to block his path. He's going to have to run it in eventually. There's still going to be 10 or 11 seconds left on the clock. Brackett scores, but leaves 12 seconds left in the period. Damasceno finds Tamaguchi. Taguchi.
Time running down, just makes the pass knowing where his teammate's going. Just not able to corral it in.
Time beats Damasceno and the Brazilians. And at the end of the third period, the United States have shown great consistency. 16 goals in each of the first 3 quarters. That adds up to 48. And they are in a dominant position, leading Brazil at the 3-quarter mark by 48 goals to 23.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting down to the crunch time. One more quarter left. Are we enjoying this stuff? Are we still with us right now? Can you get some energy? We're going to turn up some music. I want to get this party going. Oh, this is beautiful.
Well, no shortage of excitement, no shortage of goals, no shortage of entertainment, no shortage of clever little lob passes. It's something that we've seen as a feature from both teams in this game.
And they're not easy to do, to make that pass over top of the other player. But they're making it look simple.
Irrepressible Alexandre Taniguchi. Does a lot more than just score goals, Taniguchi.
Yeah.
Seen plenty from Damasceno as well throughout this game. A bead of perspiration running down his back the entire game. And the Brazilians know that they're unlikely to close the gap significantly in the 4th quarter. But they're certainly not mailing it in. They're still making the hits. They're still making the runs. They're still scoring goals, David.
And I think what Brazil is doing is sending a very clear message to the other 4 countries from South America. They're the front runners right now, in my mind, for the bronze medal.
All right, everybody, thank you very much.
So 8 minutes remaining in the final game of day 2 of wheelchair rugby. Brazilians in the green and yellow vests against the Americans, the world number 3s, the whites. Ernie Chung in with an early score right at the start of the 4th quarter.
The U.S. so quick getting back on defense.
Managed to block out Girato. Ball quickly by Wheeler. Over all his opponents, and it's just a walk in the park for Rob Della.
Watch this, quick bat, grabs his own fumble,
And
quick toss out.
See ya.
Gone.
Della is away. Just cruising. Big hit this time from the goal scorer, Della. Coming on Batista. They're still in and around the key area.
Great team defense by the United States there, backing up each other, filling in the gaps when one player comes out. It's like good help defense in a basketball game.
man from Ernie Chan. Backing away, Josh Wheeler. Waiting for the pass over the top was Della, but Wheeler will go in alone.
United States goal scored by number 10, Josh
Wheeler into double figures. Got 10 goals to match his jersey number.
Oh. Caused a fumble. Player was out of bounds on the baseline. Turnover.
Once again, potentially a costly turnover for the Brazilians. As the equipment manager is needed to attend to Batista's mode of transport. Just briefly. Wheeler. The big hits, Wheeler in the back door.
That's got to be intimidating when you're sitting there on defense and you see those three big, strong Americans come back, spin around, and just come at you full force.
Batista on the charge for Brazil. Big charge.
Strong play by the Brazilian.
Girato.
Watch this. Takes the hit.
Hit comes in from Della, but Girato just got enough room between the pylon and his opponents to squeeze in. And not surprisingly, after that hit, Girato wants to be strapped back in again, I think. Took one for the team, I guess you could say that.
And again, as a result of the spinal injuries that many of these players have, they typically don't have the trunk musculature to maintain their balance, hence the need for those straps.
Temporarily unhinged, but Girato will be back in the fight momentarily. Della turning away. Touch inside. Over halfway, the dribble, it's nicely done.
Yeah.
All the way from one end of the court to the other by Rob Della. Out of bounds.
Just got pushed out of bounds. That was too easy. Another equipment timeout being called on the court.
This time the Americans needing some attention.
Equipment timeout for the United States.
The one thing that I find interesting about this sport is you don't often see the players taunting one another or beaking off at one another, and you certainly rarely see them speaking negatively towards an official. It's a very respectful group of athletes.
Well, maybe that's why they call it wheelchair rugby.
The gentry.
Well,
the gentry of parasport.
There's a lot of people that I talk to who marvel when they watch rugby and the fact that there is no mouthing off the officials and they are in charge, and it's a fair point that you make. It's a very fair point that you make. The players just want to get on with it.
Yeah.
It's almost as though they don't have time to argue or debate the calls. They accept what's going on, they get on with the game. That's what they're there to do, that's their job. Batista, but out of bounds.
I think the American player got away with a hold there.
And more attention for Giuriato and that strap which has come loose again.
Let's watch this pass again. Great. Just relentless pressure.
Batista with always a white vest breathing down his neck. Nice cut inside this time from Ernie Chun. Chun using his speed and his strength to go in alone. 31 points, the difference.
Well, thought a contact before the whistle call was about to be made there. That was incorrect.
Batista just barging his way through. He won't be stopped.
Oh,
Well, he was stopped in the end.
Super pass.
But he managed to offload to Girato.
Watch this. Switches the ball from one hand to the other. Makes the clean pass.
Batista got the hit, but managed to get his pass away. Brazil reduced the arrears to a mere 30 on the mighty Americans. And here come the new recruits, or the fresh recruits. Among them Seth McBride, wearing 11 there. McBride among the leading scorers, but well behind Wheeler. So the Americans now have McBride, Chad Cohn wearing 12, Joe Delagrave 14, and the bearded wonder Clayton Brackett on court. For the Brazilians, Gunter, Cavalli, Batista and Girato.
Oh, he got it over just in time.
Catch for Batista. Turns one way, weaving, turns again.
Oh, got cut off by his own player.
Will he get there? He does. Sheer persistence. Terrific stuff by Moises Batista. Well, he's nothing if not determined, Batista.
No, exactly. His teammate initially cuts him off from hitting the corner, and then he backs up.
Get out of the way.
He's able to sneak in.
It really is a feature of this game, the determination, the persistence factor. Even when it's at the expense of your own teammate. Great stuff by Moises Batista. Here he is wearing 11. His Brackett alongside.
The U.S. certainly not conceding anything in this final quarter.
Nice to keep in bounds. And away he goes. And Girato will do it all himself. The big hit. Oh, and then the turnover. Finds its way to McBride. Offloads to Brackett. Over halfway. Stays in bounds. Brackett takes the hit from Gunter.
Such patience Brackett was showing right there.
Delagrave. And hands off to McBride. Crosses over. As the Americans approach the 60 mark. 8 goals on the night for McBride. Just back on as a substitute, but is wasting no time getting back amongst the scorers. And the brief timeout. What can a coach do in these precious seconds? I mean, is there much knowledge, advice that can be imparted? What are the coaches saying in these few seconds?
Well, I think for both teams, they are treating these as not opportunities necessarily to have an outcome on this game, but instead, let's practice a play. Let's practice a specific skill. Let's work on constantly getting better. It's that old Japanese value of Kaizen, always getting better, constant improvement, always wanting to make sure that we're moving in the direction of getting better as opposed to staying stagnant.
Back underway again.
All that effort simply just to get position on the court.
I was going to say that the ball wasn't even in the court at that moment in time. It is now. It'll be picked up quickly by Girato. Around his opposite number 12 coat. Oh, the big hits, and down goes.
There is certainly no lack of commitment and effort being shown in this fourth quarter. They know they're going to take the hit.
Handed off to Abreu. Look at the hit coming in there from McBride.
Both players know they're going to sustain a big impact.
Whatever it takes sometimes. And Davy Abreu maybe getting a little bit of medical attention there as well. That was one big hit. And he was traveling at that stage when McBride hit him. It's really the first time we've seen what I would describe as medical staff on the court rather than equipment staff, David.
Agreed. Which surprises me, quite honestly.
It is Davy Abreu who is receiving attention. So clearly a stoppage in the game. Have another look here. Abreu takes it in and then gets blindsided by McBride.
So it looks like the impact to the neck of the head is just, first of all, to the other player's head, and then just the whiplash motion from the hit.
It's always good to see athletes, players back on their right way up. And Davy Abreu, well, there you go, no harm done. Just a moment of concern for the Brazilians. Inbound quickly to McBride. Was in that collision, and they're back at it again.
Brazil forces the U.S. to call a timeout in order to avoid the 12-second violation.
Just remind us one more time of that 12-second rule.
Yeah, so a team, when they inbound the ball, have 12 seconds by which to pass the center court line. Whether that's from the sideline or after a goal.
Leighton Brackett over halfway. Ball forwards, gathered in. And across goes Seth McBride. Brazilians wasting no time. Girato. Thought about the long pass. Decided to go short to Abreu. Abreu over halfway. A lot of bodies in the way though. And Girato trying to find the long way round. No way that way. Now will we see a back in? Loose ball, turnover. Forward they come with Delagrave. And quickly forwards with that issue to McBride again. Waving his teammates back. Girato for Brazil. Looking to reach that 30-point plateau. Weaving one way. It's a crowded key area. Girato forced backwards. Plenty of time on the shot clock.
Oh, big
batted
play
away by Delagrave. Girato again.
The U.S. players so versatile. They can have any of the four defenders right now able to come up and play up top.
It's like a big impenetrable and away again by
Delagrave's
Delagrave.
big wingspan there, protecting the key. It's like a shot blocker on a basketball team, protecting the rim.
That's exactly what it is.
Allows the other defenders perhaps to take some more chances up top, knowing that they've got the big man back there protecting the rim.
Girato into the penalty box. 1:16 left in the fourth quarter. So Brazil short-handed. 4-on-3 in favor of the Americans. And here comes Delagrave over half court.
Delagrave calling out the picks as he's coming up the court to his teammate.
Last minute of play in the fourth quarter.
Allowing
United States goal.
his teammates to get into position to press the Brazilians on the resumption. Girato out of the penalty box and straight back into the action. Between two Americans, the big hit releases the ball forward. Force wide is Hoffman. Hoffman still in possession despite two big hits.
Sporting what looks like a couple of bandages on his forehead.
It's a log jam in there. Can they find a way through Girato? Shot clock is running short. Finds a way through in the end, Girato. 61-27. Well, again, when it comes to Alexandre Girato, I think his middle name is probably Persistence. That's what struck me about the Brazilian number 12. He just never, ever gives up. He's always looking for a lane, whether it's a battering ram technique or a way around the side. He's full of mobility and creativity as well.
Brazil didn't score as many goals tonight as they did yesterday against Canada, but I think they played a much stronger game.
And the fourth quarter is up. And not unexpectedly, David, it's a win for the Americans. But I think the Brazilians, as you hint there, have acquitted themselves pretty well.
Agreed. Agreed. I think this sets it up for a Canada-US final, but Brazil, strong contender for the bronze.
US consistent throughout, 3 periods of 16 points, 14 in the 4. And they have beaten Brazilian by a comfortable margin in the end. US are 2 for 2. Brazil still looking for that first win, but they played the 2 big round-robin games. On this night, the United States beats Brazil 62-27.